Patricia, Joaquín y luego Ana María. Y falta alguien, ¿no?
So I think everyone is about sitting down and the doors are about to close. Welcome everyone to the European Forum on Family Support. I'd like to thank you all for being here. The people who are with us today in Madrid in person, of course, but also a thank you to everyone who is watching us online. My name is Jean Grasmeijer. I am a member of Eurofamnet. And I'm going to be the MC for today, introducing each one of the sessions. I wanted to go over a few practical points before we start. On the one hand, we will have presentations both in English and in Spanish, so we will have simultaneous translation. And for that, you have received the headphones, but if you haven't got a headphone yet, you can collect it at the registration desk. Also, I know people are traveling, people are carrying luggage, so if you have luggage with you, you can leave it also in the foyer close to the registration desk so you can move more freely. We have a very stimulating agenda ahead of us today. I would like to give you a quick overview of our program for today. First, we will have two policy-oriented sessions. One that is at the institutional level, and the second one, is driven by Eurofamnet. After which we will have three specific content-related sessions where we will go in depth into the research program that Eurofamnet has developed over the last 4 years. The first one is related to the conceptualization and delivery of family support in Europe. The second is related to quality standards and evidence-based practice. And the third one is related to family support workforce skills. At this point, I think it's important to remind everyone that we have a Telegram channel that for each of the three technical sessions you can use to interact with the speakers by posting your questions or comments. I would like to ask you to pose your questions or comments in English so everyone can understand them. If you haven't joined the Telegram channel yet and you would like to, there are some very straightforward instructions at the registration desk and it's really very easy to join. After our three technical sessions, we will have a closing session that is going to be a joint reflection about lessons learned. Of course, in between of these sessions, we will have coffee breaks, we will have a lunch. So now I would like to introduce our opening session that is entitled The Policy Opportunity for Family Support. And it will be chaired by Patricia Bezunartea Barrio, who is the Director General of Family Diversity and Social Services of the Ministry of Social Rights, the Spanish Ministry of Social Rights and Agenda 2030. So I would like to give the floor to Patricia.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días a todos, a todas. Bienvenidos, bienvenidas.
Good morning, one and all, and welcome to Madrid. In this final event of the Eurofamnet project, I bid you welcome and I thank you for being here on behalf of the Social Rights and 2030 Agenda Ministry of Spain, which has the competence of protecting families and their diversity under the Spanish government. At the very onset of the Spanish presidency of the EC, we want the social agenda to have particular relevance, particularly family support policies.
Acompañáis hoy en este acto, a las que os
I would like to thank everyone sitting here with us, having traveled from many distant places across the world, and the different institutions represented in this event. In the past few years, the Spanish government has been decidedly supporting family policies. And due to our approach based on positive parenting and good practices, we have further supported family policies, policies that can be efficient. And that's an approach and a policy we're bringing to all areas of social policy, trying to overcome the old inertia of ancient practices that no longer respond to our realities. For that reason, those of us policymakers must receive the contribution from researchers and experts to better understand and diagnose the actual reality on which we need to intervene and to launch different tools, standards, programs, and services to define the quality standards that will allow us to give our citizens and our families the kind of support they need. That is the foundation of this project, Eurofamnet. This project creates a European network of researchers and experts in terms of family support to make a positive contribution. As you probably know, the Spanish government grants families a top-ranking level in social life immediately after health. However, we cannot consider families as a single unit or as a one-dimension unit. It's a multi-dimensional entity within which our citizens work. There are different ways of considering a family, and these come as the reflection of a deep transformation in our society during the past few decades. Our societies are now more complex and diverse due to the combination of demographic, cultural, and economic changes that have taken place in our country and in Europe, or even across the globe, like climate change and new breakthroughs in IT and AI. Also, we cannot function outside an economic structure, and we cannot overlook the large inequalities that still affect our households, particularly those in situations of vulnerability or risk of poverty and marginalization, with serious effects on equal opportunities for children and teenagers. For that reason, we have spent years trying to set priorities to seek equality from a gender, age, or ability perspective. All these challenges and social needs require public policies to support families and deal with their issues. Diversity, demographic challenges, the needs for support in raising children, equal opportunity, and co-responsibility, the struggle against poverty and exclusion that threatens the quality of life in many households are the challenges we face, and that is what leads us to launch modern, updated policies that truly adapt to the conditions in our society. Several initiatives for family support have been developed in recent years. Large initiatives like the minimum salary initiative, still in its at its beginnings, as a minimum income guarantee for households with a complement after childhood, or the measures adopted to face the social and economic crisis produced by the pandemic and lockdown. These have received the name of the social shield that requires direct improvements like the labor reform to fight labor precarity affecting youths and hindering vital projects like making getting a family or acquiring a home. We also worked intensively to draft family legislation. This bill of law was not approved as early general elections were called, but this legislation had the aspiration to become a framework for policies that did not exist in the past in this country. And there are only a few standards granting family support. We wanted this law to acknowledge the different family structures to better protect families socially and economically, particularly vulnerable families. It aimed at providing better work-life balance, social security benefits, meant to create a more favorable legal and social environment for households so that citizens could make decisions or their family decisions in freedom and based on their specific needs. Certainly, this legislation remains pending for the next administration period. In this review and update of family support policies, particularly when it comes to fostering positive parenting, we're grateful for the cooperation of the Spanish Federation of Provinces and Municipalities that also actively participate in the Eurofamnet project and bring us closer to the lives of these families with a brilliant group of experts and professionals that have provided their scientific and technical input to the initiatives we launched, like technical documents, guides based on evidence, evaluation and processes, a website and a web portal, which clearly show the good cooperation among politicians, scientists, and professionals, placing families at the core of their efforts. This is particularly relevant as a joint effort because one of the lessons we have drawn from these hard times we've gone through in recent years is the need for collaborative solutions to social problems, which are increasingly complex. I would like to thank everyone who participated in the Eurofamnet initiative, particularly the University of Seville that grouped 165 members from 35 countries and 12 European agencies for their important contribution to foster family support policies and programs, a project that we wish to be extended in time and turn into a stable support for families across Europe. I will now leave you with Joaquin Corcovado, Head of Citizenship Area and Social Rights for the Spanish Federation of Provinces and Municipalities, and I wish this forum a very fruitful outcome. From the public administration, we will keep our eyes on your work and all your contributions. Thank you.
Pues buenos días a todas y
Good day, everyone, and thank you. On behalf of the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces, I would like to acknowledge the cooperation of the Agenda 2030 and Social Matters Ministry for promoting these positive parenting initiatives. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to the European Forum on Family Support. And I would also like to acknowledge the contribution of the Science Ministry to extend our networks and the University of Seville for their leadership in the Eurofamnet project. I would also like to thank my own team, Javier de Frutos and Elena Ramon, for the hard work they have put into developing this project and today's forum. In our federation, we're convinced that public action can play a relevant role in generating healthy links within families. diverse families, after all, with that diversity that makes us richer as a society. And the CaixaForum were also supporting diversity and integration. Initially, documents were drafted in the framework of this reality on the unity of households and in a cooperative environment. Positive parenting can be integrated into social policies to support families, and that's our focus point. At present, we use 3 tools in this road of shared learning. The online platform for families and positive that works as a support for both families and local entities. Second, the positive parenting good practices guideline to assist the families in applying positive parenting. And last, the interprofessional guidelines in positive parenting submitted last year or published last year as a structuralized proposal. This proposal was drafted through an enriching process with the cooperation of Spanish universities, local professionals, and public sector entities promoting family support measures at a local administrative level. And that bridge between scientific knowledge and day-to-day practice has been deeply developed by the Eurofamnet. And for FEM, it was a great opportunity to participate in this European project. First of all, because we firmly believe in the need of connecting the work of academics and professionals. Second, because Eurofamnet have followed a careful methodology and rigorous analysis of research results to favor the implementation of family support policies and practices. And because we believe that thanks to Eurofamnet, professionals will find the tools they need for their day-to-day work, motivation for for new ideas and useful techniques. The FEM will maintain its commitment to reinforce this cooperation, and I wish you a fruitful Congress. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Joaquín. Gracias por también.
Thank you, Joaquin, to you personally and to your team. Next, we will hear Almudena Agüero Preto, member of the CAST Committee of Senior Officials. Thank you, Patricia. I prepared my speech in English. It's very short, and although Spanish is my mother tongue, I will read it in English as a courtesy to our international guests.
Dear ministries and local authorities, dear colleagues, it is a honor for me to welcome you to this Cost Action final event on behalf of the Spanish Ministry of Science and Innovation, which is responsible for the implementation of the Intergovernmental Programme for European Cooperation in Science and Technology in Spain. Thank you very much to the event organizers, especially to the Action Chair, Dr. Lucía Jiménez, for the invitation to participate in this final event. Of this Cost Action dedicated to a very important issue, as is family support in Europe, including policy and practical aspects. I hope you have achieved the expected results signed in the Memorandum of Understanding 4 years ago, in a difficult time with a global pandemic included. Let me start by introducing myself, as many of you may not know me. My name is, as you heard, Almudena Agüero. I'm doctor, and I am the national delegate in the Committee of Senior Officials, of course, since 2011. In addition, I act as COS National Coordinator on temporal basis when needed, and currently substituting our COS National Coordinator colleague from FECIT. Also, within my ministry, I am National Coordinator of Spanish agents and coordinator of national contact points and expert in the Strategic Program Committee of the Horizon Europe program, that is the umbrella for the COS program. And finally, I am a Spanish national contact point for the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. We, as Ministry, are very proud of the Spanish participation in the COS program. Most of you have experienced what it means to be part of a dynamic network, knowledge creation. The participation of Spanish researchers in COS is in 100% of the COS actions, and this has been steady from the last 7 years. I would like to highlight that in the last call of 2022, in the results published last May, Spain has achieved to coordinate 11 proposals that will be financed of a total of 70 new actions approved by the Committee of Senior Officials, being well ahead of the second countries in the ranking, Germany and France, which will lead 6 actions each. Now, in my ministry, we are in the process of nomination of management committee members for the 70 actions from Spain. Currently, I have to review 150 expressions of interest from interested Spanish participants. Also, during the year 2022, the leadership positions occupied by Spanish participants have been 200, and a total of 270 people had participated as trainers in the COS training schools. Considering the current Spanish Council presidency, I would like to recall you the Conference on Science for Public Policies in Spain, next 21st September, to be held in Madrid, organized by my Ministry of Science and Innovation in collaboration with the Joint Research Center. The aim of this conference is to identify the main institutions, organizations, networks, policy frameworks, and processes in Spain that promote the development of evidence-based public policies, promote the Spanish community of professionals in the science and policy interface to exchange best practices and collaboration between countries. Finally, I wish you a fruitful event today. I look forward to hearing firsthand about the main output of the Eurofamnet action and the projection of Eurofamnet at long-term perspectives. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Almudena. Y creo que además...
Thank you very much. I believe that in social policies, we have not always been evidence-based in our approach. So your contribution is vital to help us move ahead. I will now leave the audience with Ana Maria López, Vice Rector of Social Services, Healthy Campus and Equality and Cooperation from the University of Seville. I would like to thank you for coordinating and driving this project. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours. Well, thank you, and good morning, one and all.
¿Estaba? Vale, gracias. Saludar a mis compañeras y compañeros de mesa y a las instituciones a las que...
Hello, I would like to say hello, my colleagues here in this presidential table, and it is a great honor for me to be able to preside this session and to say hello to everybody attending here to this Congress. I would like to thank for the invitation Lucia, Jimenez, Vicky, Hidalgo, and all their team, because not only they are my colleagues, but as well we are friends, we are researchers, and work together in the Sevilla University, although I am here not as a teacher, but as a chairperson, vice rector of social services, healthy campus, equality and cooperation of the Seville University. This means that we take care of all the social services of the student community and with a certain social responsibility. Today, here, I would like to convey on behalf of the Dean of my university, Mr. Miguel Ángel Campos, his full support to this Congress, and on behalf of the University of Sevilla to be able to coordinate such a project, and for most of the universities the fact that we become international is one of our latest priorities within the universities, and we are trying to design different plans to create new research, international networks, cooperation networks, because we know very well that in this cooperation, that's where we will find the better solutions that we are having to our social problems as a society. In this forum, I would like to mention how important it is for the Sevilla University that we have now more than 512 research people, and most of it, 17%, represents on the major areas that we are focusing in research. And basically, I would like to underline that these research lines are basically focused on the support on families, on the development of families, and that is one of our more transversal points. We're trying to introduce the different symbols, and one of the groups, research groups, are basically focused on anthropology, public health, medicine, all these disciplines. They come together in supporting families. And at the end of the day, this family system, which is in continuous evaluation, a very dynamic system, as I mentioned before, I would like to mention the working group and research group that we have, in which I have Vicky Hidalgo and Lucía Jiménez belong to this group, together with many other colleagues that are working in this. This group started working in 1985, last century, and during the last years it has been consolidated as an international group with a very important international participation, not only because it has grown as a member of families, but as well in very specific family strategies or policies. This has been a group when most of our universities were just implementing a transfer of support, but this group had this included from the very beginning, and they really thought that from the very beginning everything should have been based on evidence-based science, and as well it has to be very updated from the scientific viewpoint, but they had to give back to our society positive results, and that these results would be conveyed directly to our citizens in general. So I wanted to mention that in the very beginning we have had important policies as far as the Andalusian community, and not only within Andalusia, but as well in many other autonomous communities where we are already developing positive parenting, and from the vice rector we are supporting specific groups, high vulnerable area. We have the most vulnerable and complicated environment in Sevilla from the whole of Europe, and we are working there with the transfer of initiatives to this specific environment and suburb. We are working as well in this positive parenting in many South American initiatives that we are coordinating at an international level in Peru, El Salvador, in Honduras as well. And at the same time, we are working from the knowledge, from the know-how, from the transformation and respecting interculturality and their original cultures. So the European Forum on Family Support is basic for us, for our routine, and we will focus in our agenda on the support on families. And these challenges are very, very big, and therefore we have to underline. I would like to tell you that I don't know how long I would have left in my vice rector position, but I can promise that we are going to be very much trying to implement all the conclusions of this seminar. And within the rectorate, one of the programs that we are trying to implement is the work-life balance, the support on families, especially families on the university community, and as well many other initiatives that are not within the university environment. So we are going to be very much present in all those initiatives that started during the 19th last century. They had to adapt perhaps in a more slower manner compared to the changes that have been occurring lately with the new models of families that we have on top of the table. We shouldn't forget that we are a very diverse model, that the institutions, we have to respond to this diversity. So on behalf of the Sevilla University, we will always support you. Families are one of the priorities for us here, and we are working from a very transversal viewpoint from all the different areas, supporting all the citizens, all the families, and that is one of the important characteristics of our university. Therefore, I would like to congratulate all of you for all what you're doing, and especially in all those initiatives that support families that are very welcoming for our society. So it cannot work in a different manner. We have to continue supporting families. That is part of our responsibility. Thank you very much for having invited me and for sharing and giving me this opportunity to share my presentation with all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joaquín, Almudena, Ana Maria. We are going to close this inaugural session, and we are going to start now with the technical sessions.
Thank you for the speakers for such an inspiring and interesting opening session. I would like to, for the next session entitled Eurofamnet, Lessons and Implications for Policy and Practice, I have the pleasure to introduce Lucía Jiménez. She is Associate Professor in Educational Psychology at the University of Seville, and John Canavan, who is Professor at the University of Galway and they will intervene as chair and vice chair of the action on behalf of Eurofamnet. So, Lucia and John, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. As chair and vice chair of the action, we want to start by saying welcome to this European Forum Family Support. Welcome to Madrid. And we want also to start saying thank you for our co-hosters, the Ministry of Social Affairs and Agenda 2030, and the Spanish Federation of Municipalities of Provinces, for co-hosting this event with us, for supporting the organization in an organizational level, but also in an economic level, and for opening your house, opening Madrid, a warm Madrid, we could say, these days, and inviting to your house, and also to embracing family support as a priority for this European Agenda 2030. We want also to say thank you to the European Cooperation and Science Technology Association for giving the opportunity to develop this network, to build up this network, and to provide the support for a very strong research program for the last 4 years, and for sure for the University of Seville for leading this project in collaboration with the Research Foundation of the University of Seville. It's also a moment to say thank you to the University of Galway for the support to this event, and Red Cross Spain that is also supporting us. Tomorrow we'll be hosting an internal event. So for us, as has been said already in the opening session, it's really very significant, the coincidence of this event with the Spanish presidency of the European Council. And we find this as a signal of what has still to come. So today we will be reflecting about what's the European agenda for family support, and we hope that this is just a step in a large way that we hope that we will be able to make some contributions. Today is a day of celebration, it's a day of sharing, a day of reflection of what we have been doing for the last years, and also it's a day for planning next steps. So even this is a final event, we are not finishing. We want to stay as Eurofamnet, and we will try also to reflect about that today. As chair and vice chair of the action, we wanted to share with you what are for us the Eurofamnet implications for policy and practice. And for that purpose, we wanted to start with the perspective of families. And what we will do now is watching a video that has been nicely coordinated by our colleagues, Carlos García Medina, Jesus Maya, and Rocío Garrido. And you will have the opportunity to learn more about it in the poster session, because you will find a poster with more details about that. But I want to tell you now that what you will see in this video is the stories for several families that have been interviewed about what has been their experience with family support delivery. I want to say thank you also to our policy and practice coordinator leader that has been supporting to get the view of families from Spain, UK, and Croatia. We have been using an art-based methodology that gave us the opportunity to interact with families, to translate what we are doing to families, and also to be able to engage with them. So now I'm giving the floor to the technical team that I hope that they can play the video. Thank you.
These are the Horvaths, Maria and Marcos family. They have 4 children, Luca, Stefan, Lorena, and Mia. They live in very poor housing conditions without access to the municipal water supply, without a toilet, isolated by traffic because they live in a Roma settlement, and without access to the internet or any other facilities. Marco works in the metal industry and receives child benefits. Maria is a housewife, while she is trying to get a job as a cleaner in a department store. However, she was rejected when they found out that she was Roma. With the money the husband earns, it is very difficult to cover basic food and hygienic living expenses. They cannot count on the help of relatives and neighbors who are also in a very difficult financial situation. This is the Khaled family. Ahmed and Amira are Syrian and they came to Northern Ireland 5 years ago on a government scheme to resettle refugees and escape the war in their country. This was organized by the United Nations. They left Syria with no money or food, and some of their family were killed in the war. They experience many traumatic events in their country, which are still very painful for them to talk about and have affected their mental health. They now live in a small market town with their 3 children, Hassan, Fatima, and Aisha. The children have not attended the school regularly for years due to their situation, finding it difficult to learn English and to integrate into the local community. This is the Gutierrez family, a Spanish family made up of Andres and Laura and their 2 twin children, Maria and Juan, aged 11. They live in a deprived area of Seville. The parents have been unemployed for a long time, which is very frustrating for them. Moreover, Maria has developmental disabilities, so she needs extra support, which is provided especially by her grandparents. Despite living far away, these families have many things in common. First, they are grateful for public services. The Galets highlight the help they have received from an NGO, which has helped them to obtain state benefits, open a bank account, secure accommodation, and access education and health services. The Gutierrez emphasize the excellent work developed by the local social services as well as their parent school, where they have developed a good network and find excellent professionals. However, the Horbats say they feel discriminated against by public service workers because they are Roma. Secondly, all the families felt very isolated when the COVID-19 pandemic came, which had a very dramatic impact on their economy and living conditions, so they would need psychological support, which is very difficult for them to access. Thirdly, the 3 of them would need more economic support to meet their basic needs due to the increase in the cost of living, to ensure that no one is left behind. Finally, they want to improve their living conditions, especially for their children. To achieve this, the college suggests improving translation and cultural competencies within services and other sources to strengthen their families' communication skills. The Gutierrez would like to find integrated programs to support families with children with disabilities, as well as more activities in their communities related to enjoy free time with their children. Horbats would like to see more inclusion in schools and in society in general with ethnically diverse populations in order to achieve equality. Finally, these families, like all families, just want to be happy.
So I'm sure that as family support experts, we could just start talking about this video and spend the rest of the day about what are the implications that we can learn from there, from these exemplifying stories that are real stories, from families from Europe that are telling us what we are doing well, and we can identify several good practices there, but also that there is room for improvement. And there, as family support experts and as family support researchers, we have this claim to be able to provide quality family support for all children and families. So, and it's in this space where we establish our objective as Eurofamnet, and I'm copying our policy and practice group leader words, and how can we make a real difference in children and families' lives. And we are embracing this objective by developing what we hope is rigorous, bottom-up and interdisciplinary research in order to develop the family support field. And what we do is trying to put together, to share what we are doing, to reflect on that, and to move forward from that shared learning, and for sure to identify what are the next steps, what are the next challenges in family support research, and try to address those challenges. And for that, there is no other possibility that made an advocacy role, and that's also in the heart of Eurofamnet, to have an evidence-informed policy and practice. In order to reach this objective, you know this graphic well, those that are Eurofamnet members, because this is the commitment that we have from our foundation, that is try to do our research in the intersection with policy and practice. We know that when we have policy and practice with no research, we can damage children and families, that when we have only policy and research, we are not having a real impact in families, and if it's only practice and research, we can have some impact, but not a systemic change. So it's in that intersection between research, policy, and practice when we can get the maximum impact, when we have that informed practice that is embedded in clear policy frameworks. And as you can see on the slide, the rights of children and families as right owners are on the basis. And why talking about a European dimension of family support? What's the reason to having a European family support network? So from the conventions of the rights of the children, it was really well established. First, that Europe had a commitment with children's rights, but also that the family is the right, is the proper, is the better, the best vehicle to drive those rights, to make possible that children and young people develop and have well-being. And because of that, there has been established national responsibility to support parents and caregivers in order to make real that those rights are achieved. And local authorities and local services have been identified as the best way to drive to deliver family support. There are also some European regulations, some European frameworks that for sure are committed with children's rights, and even we are talking about an ITIS regulation. This has been really recently reinforced by the European Child Guarantee Strategy, and there are other frameworks in social service, positive parenting, as have been said, that they are establishing sometimes more or less explicitly that family is a proper vehicle to drive and to get those children's rights. But the gap is in having an integrated framework for family support policy at the European level, and also to having a real integration of the European, the national, and the local level that make possible that all those policies reach the practice level. So is in this gap, is in this space where Eurofamnet find that can make a contribution in alignment with these frameworks and with the clear commitment to have evidence-informed policy and practice, with the recognition that it's only from research, from evidence-informed position, that when it's integrated in policy and practice, we can make a difference. So as have been saying already in the opening session, we are a large network of researchers in collaboration with key stakeholders, practitioners, policymakers, children and families representatives, and so on, from 35 countries currently. And well, we are happy to have as partners what we consider are the 13 key European associations that are working on the field. And this helps us to have what we have called a double layer structure, so meaning that we are operating at the national level because we want to provide evidence from this bottom-up process, so starting from the ground, but at the same level, we want to develop European guidelines that can move forward on family support agenda. So we are using also what we call a dialogical style because we want to be very inclusive in terms of discipline and sectors and actors, but particularly to give the voice to the right people as children and families are.
So thanks, Lucia. So just to talk a little bit about where we're coming from in terms of philosophy, I suppose it's really important for us to start at the bottom of the diagram there, and you look at and you'll see rights, and really we're talking about children's rights driving the agenda. But obviously we are researchers, so we have a scientific intent, a scientific integrity, a scientific expectation. And we want to make a difference in practice. We want to make a difference in what people do in their day-to-day work with children, young people, families and communities. So for us, our philosophical stance is a commitment to evidence-based practice founded with that intersection. And again, that's really, really important to say. It's easy to say, but obviously it's far more difficult to achieve. So I suppose when we started the work, we identified that there were probably, three major gaps in the field. And the first of these really was in the area of a conceptual basis for family support. Certainly there was a set of publications out there, there's some nice policy documents, but a real clarity around what family support should be at European level wasn't in place. So if you want, that was a key gap that we identified that we wanted to pursue. And this is one of three, and we will hear a lot more about these as we go on. The second is the area of, I suppose, family support delivery, and really thinking about quality family support and evidence-based programs and achieving a consistency across Europe, achieving a way of working that integrates well with existing service systems, but also frames this in terms of children's rights again and parents' rights, and really thinking about this as a right. So again, our work in the network has focused significantly on quality standards and related areas of evaluation and so on. And finally, our third area of work has been focused on workforce skills development. And again, I suppose from a child, young person, parent's point of view, really what matters is who's this person that's in front of them, working with them, and have they the skills to work effectively to support them. And again, the work that's been driven by Working Group 3 is coming to a fruition, a culmination, or Working Group 4, should I say, culmination at the moment. And you'll hear a lot about that this afternoon. But again, I suppose, thinking about this in terms of the workforce skills, one of the things that even this morning I was speaking to somebody about is we need to think about workforce skills for more than just the narrow disciplines, let's say, of child protection, social work, and broaden that out into disability, into mental health, and into many other areas. But just to look and take a moment to consider these three areas, these three, if you want, areas in which there were gaps, in which we needed to fill up the bucket, if you want, to get the information, to get the ideas. And that's really what we've been working on for the last 4 years. And that's what you'll hear a lot about in the sessions to come. I suppose it's safe to say that we regard where we're at the moment as only the beginning, as Lucia said. It's also safe to say that we are involved in a complex field. If we talk about family, immediately we are entering into an area of great contention and debate, difference and so on. And again, if we're talking about evidence, if we're talking about rights, these are not simple or straightforward issues. What we think we have done so far in this initial stage of the work is to lay some foundations, but we have a long, long way to go. So really we are on a journey, it's a spiral, it's an evidence growth. So maybe just to take that metaphor with you as you go through the day and begin to think about, okay, this is the start of the journey, we've got some foundations, now where are we going to go from here? As we say, family support isn't a single project, it's a larger scale program of work, a larger scale commitment at the research level, at the policy level, and at the practice level. So just to kind of give you a sense in which the work that we are doing really is grounded in the currency of European policy. We're going to hear now in a video from Marie-Cécile Rouillon, who is the Rights of the Child Coordinator at the Directorate General for Justice and Consumers at the European Commission. And again, this is based on an interview that my esteemed colleague Lucia did with her. So we'll go into the video now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rouillon, for joining us. I know you have a very busy agenda, so thank you for making this space to join us today. It's a pleasure to having you and having the opportunity, even in a virtual manner, to having your view and your reflection about what we are trying to promote regarding family support in Europe.
Thank you very much, Lucia. And also for organizing this event. I would have loved to be with you in Madrid, but I'm a bit stuck in Brussels due to other commitments today. And I would really welcome this European Forum on Family Support and welcome Eurofamnet, the Ministry of Social Affairs and the Social Federation of Municipalities and Provinces, because indeed it's a very important topic. We need the family, we need to support them. They are also essential for children to have their rights upheld.
Well, thank you very much. And as Rights of the Child Coordinator of the Directorate General Justice and Consumers from the European Commission, we wanted to have your view about what do you think, what is the role of family support in the child guarantee in order to promote the rights of children in Europe?
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And indeed, when we talk about children's rights, it's also very important to consider that children are also in the broader context of a community, a family, and all what is really their living condition around. And I would also refer to the legal framework that is the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, and the link to the right of the child. Also the charter that stipulates that the family should enjoy legal, economic and social protection. And more broadly, because that's also a matter that is important globally, the UN Convention on the Right of the Child. That said, the critical point is how we make rights and law a reality. And for this, we have put in place very strong instruments at EU level with the European Child Guarantee. That is really a clear reflection on how, with very clear and concrete plans, the member states could focus on fighting poverty, fighting the cycle of poverty that is also passing away this difficult way of living from a family to the child and to the next generation. So on this, we see that indeed, and that's why it's very important to have also data that families with more than 3 children, family with one woman, are also at increased risk of poverty and to be in more precarious family situation. So we see also that some concrete actions like early childhood education and care, and notably what we had at the revision of the Barcelona target, increasing the participation of early childhood education and care is also a support for the family and for the family to live in a better situation and for the child to fulfill his or her rights. So again, this background, with the European Child Guarantee, there are really like concrete objectives of free and effective access for children in need to early childhood education and care, education and school-based activities, 1 healthy meal a day, a school day, healthcare, and also effective access for children in need to healthy nutrition and adequate housing. And just listing all of those topics, you see how important the family is in that context. It's basically also the environment that has to be supported. Not forgetting about the issue of independent living for children that are in specific needs, children with vulnerabilities, where having the children living in that family and not an institution also requires a very strong support to the families in question. So that's also where the Commission is also thinking of specific measures on that. Then, if I come to the EU strategy on the right of the child, that is basically a roadmap for action that was adopted in 2021. I would a bit quickly go through, but really the key message is that it's also very important that the families and community need to be provided the necessary support so that they can ensure children's well-being and development. It comes once about child participation, that the children also in their family have their right to speak out and have their rights to express their views in matters that concern them. It's also in socio-economic inclusion, so it's certainly coming back to the child guarantee, that is a key measure there. But it's also on mental health. Lately, in June, the European Commission put forward a comprehensive approach on mental health that really recognized the importance of the family, the community, economy, society, the environment, and the security. And children are really a priority target group in that strategy. And we know how the families and children have been affected during the COVID, during all the crises in first instance. I would also mention something specific. For instance, the the situation of the families that could be, the postnatal depression. That's also, for instance, a very concrete point that is also mentioned in that strategy with a project that is called Happy Moms. So it's really important to see the child with interaction with the family. On the third dimension of the strategy, that is child protection, next year we will present an initiative on the integrated child protection systems. And I know that in Spain, there have been like very promising step forward with notably an organic law on such an integrated protection. And this is very important that we see what is existing in the different member states, and we will recommend how the EU can support them in strengthening the systems. And certainly, special attention have to be given to prevention measures and family support. Because when we speak about protection of children, it's about the whole environment. It's school, it's extrascholar activities, it's how we can identify the risk of children being victim of violence. Prevention is essential. And then what we do and what is done by the services when a child is victim. Then the fourth pillar is on child-friendly justice. And here the Commission proposed last year regulation to support the mutual recognition of parenthood between member states. What it is, very simply, that a child that has two parents in one country can move to another country and still have the same parents recognized. It's on something that is obvious for the best interest of the child, but that has also to be discussed on how that becomes a reality. And here again is the best interest of the child within his or her family. Last year as well, there were like new rules, Brussels 2B regulation that enter into force on cross-border custody cases, when there are like parental responsibility issues, that the procedure is simplified. So you see that there are very concrete steps. I would also mention the digital dimension, because you know how parents could be also like in such not really understanding what is going on, and we are all facing that. We don't get that the life of our children have changed, and we need also support. So that's why within the Better Internet for Kids strategy, there are safe internet centers that could also give resources for children, for families, for teachers, and helplines, because we know that children are also victims of cyberbullying, grooming, disturbing contents, and certainly the parents also need support, because they are the first one that could see that. And then the international, that's the last pillar of the strategy, international dimension of the strategy is in children in migration. And here, obviously, it's also very important to always keep in mind the best interest of the child, notably when spot family reunification. So all of this, it's a kind of broad presentation of the key priority that the Commission gives on the protection of children and the fact of upholding children's rights, and certainly families have a key role to play for that and need adequate support.
Thank you very much, Ms. Guillon, for this very specific, very detailed and very well argumented case for the role of family support in child guarantee. I would like to emphasize how, as you are saying, from a basis that we all share, that the role that family has, that it has been so largely established in literature and in empirical research, and the alignment also with the European Union values and the key aspects at that level, how we have this framework and this legal framework that we find that it's so important. And I would like, if I may, emphasize a couple of ideas that I think that interact very well with the focus that we are having in our network. And one of it is, as you have perfectly explained, is the complexity of this strategy, and also for us as family supporters, let's say, how we have to consider different sectors, different areas, and a mainstream policy for that. In terms of methodology, I would like also to emphasize, because for us it's very important, the child participation piece, for example, that is something that we have been always pushing, and I want to reinforce that idea, because it's something we cannot forget, that this has to come with that view of considering the voices of parents for sure, but children and young people that is so important. The preventive approach and working with the vulnerables, that it's fundamental, and those that are in at-risk situations, but for sure promoting the prevention and starting, let's say, as soon as possible. And I would like to finish this comment emphasizing as you say, how we become this real and how do we implement this. And that's also a challenge for us and is part of our next step. We have been at European level trying to produce and joint evidence regarding how support better families to make a real difference in children and families' life. And our next step is, well, how can we contribute to implement children's rights, to make real that we move forward. And my next question for you would be, well, if you can share, well, how do you see, or if you think, or how do you think we could contribute to this end? How can we support countries from our role, from this network, and how we operate and who we are? How could we support to move forward in this objective that is shared for all of us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, complex matters, and we have to be also pragmatic in the way we advance. And that's really all what we are doing with those strategies to make them operational. I would say on child participation, we have just launched the new platform, European EU platform on children's rights, on child participation. We have a website that is EU for Children. And it's also open for registration. So if in your network you have child participation, that will be very important to go to this network. I could also pass on the link. So it's EU for Children. And that's basically, they could also then speak out. And we had children from all across Europe speaking. So certainly they have also their word to say on how they conceive the family and what support should be given there. Then another very pragmatic approach, an important one, is the evidence-based dimension. And we see that when we are developing policies, we need that. And a reflection is that children's rights are now. And indeed, they have to be respected now. And that's also an investment in the fight against poverty, an investment again on the fight against violence, for all the dimension it has. So on all of this, we need data, we need figures, we need to say how much it's cost for the society, and certainly also who could help. So who could help, and if the investment in family support is done, what also it could mean in terms of return on investment. And it's a bit strange sometimes to speak like this, but it's also something that is very powerful. Because we see that once we don't invest at this level of children, of their family, it bears a very much higher cost on the whole society. I would say that's a very interesting approach, and also certainly the reality in the different countries. Because we have also to deal with different cultures, with different stories, with different competence, because the EU has not the full competence there, far from that. It's more in cross-border the situation that the EU does. So it's also very important to understand what is done. I would also flag that, notably on child protection, the Fundamental Rights Agency is making a mapping on child protection systems in the EU, in the different countries. And certainly there is also something on families, and on foster care family, on those children that's so deprived of parental responsibility. So I would also encourage you maybe to look at what the Fundamental Rights Agency is also doing and have synergies. And if you could also add on some topics, that would be certainly very useful for us. These are just like really brainstorming, but I understand that you have a full day of brainstorming and actions. So I really wish you a very, very fruitful discussion, and I hope that it could be somehow useful and inspirational. Thank you very much for this invitation, unfortunately online. Next time I will love to visit you in Madrid.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
and as you say, I hope we have the opportunity to have another chance to meet and to discuss furtherly. Thank you.
With pleasure. And I wish you great discussion. We'll be very happy to know about the outcome. So have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So before we close the morning session, just to make a brief note regarding, I suppose, Ms. Rion's presentation and conversation with Lucia, we can see for us who've been working in the trenches and working very hard over 4 years, that significant amount of what we are doing really does resonate at European policy level. And we've got some hints and suggestions as well for the future. So I think it behoves us to follow those. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia and John. I would like to invite you all to the coffee break, which is in the same room where you registered. There you will also find a series of posters that were created by members of Eurofamnet to tell the stories of our work over the past 4 years. And in that regard, I would like to mention Sofia Baena, our colleague from Eurofamnet, who is also the leader of the Young Researchers Group and who has kindly coordinated all this work on the poster session. So thank you for that. I have also been asked to remind you that if you didn't get the chance to either get your identification or get your certificates, or if you have any questions, you can come by the registration desk as well. We will be back for our next session at 11:30. So thank you. I'd like to introduce this session related to our working package on the European Conceptual Framework on Family Support. The session is entitled Challenges and Innovations in the Conceptualization and Delivery of Family Support in Europe. I want to also remind you that you can start using the Telegram channel to post questions and comments that will be answered at the end of this session. And this session will be chaired by our colleague Helen Dunn, who is an independent consultant in family support in Northern Ireland. Helen, the floor is yours.
Everyone, you're all very welcome to our presentations today. We're going to start the session with our introductory video. We hope you enjoy it.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Carmel Devaney from the University of Galway in Ireland, and I'm delighted to welcome you to this Working Group 2 presentation on the challenges and innovations in the conceptualization and delivery of family support in Europe. Before we start, please let me introduce my two co-leaders from Working Group 2, Professor Angela Abela from the University of Malta and Dr. Harriet Churchill from the University of Sheffield in England. Harriet, Angela and I will be presenting to you this morning. Working Group 2 is made up of over 30 members. We're a large group comprising academics from a range of psychology and social or political science disciplines, as well as major European NGOs and agencies working in the field. We had a remit to undertake research reviews and knowledge exchange activities in order to develop a coherent and comprehensive conceptualization of family support in ways that would uphold children's rights and promote social justice and gender equality. And this is what we present to you this morning. To inform this task, Working Group 2 completed a series of linked scoping studies, which incorporated 3 distinct strands. First, I led on a subgroup which undertook a review of academic literature that examined issues, research and analysis presented in the literature about how formal family and parenting support has been conceptualized, developed and delivered in European countries. And as another working group in the network focused on approaches to service and programme evaluations, we omitted this from this particular review. Secondly, Angela led on developing a compendium of national reports from 27 European countries with representatives in Eurofamnet. And it was based on a national response to a questionnaire which asked about the social trends, the policy arrangements and reforms, and key family support provisions, innovations and challenges. And the report captures those trends and issues related to the national context for children, for parents and families, as well as some of the key features of national approaches to family support policy and provision. And finally, in a third subgroup, Harriet led on a review of international and European policy frameworks and standards, providing a review of relevant policy and provision standards and frameworks adopted by the United Nations, the Council of Europe and the European Union, concerned with the rights to and provision of child, parental and family support among member states. Working Group 2 also developed a number of academic papers and hosted webinars in order to develop and advance our understanding of and thinking about family support in Europe. And we then synthesised the findings of these 3 scoping reports, the academic papers and the events in order to refine our thinking in this area and to develop a multidimensional and multi-level framework for conceptualising family support in Europe. I'm using the term family support as an overarching concept to include the wide range of supports and services for children, young people and parents, or for parents or children, and on a wider level for families as a whole and indeed for communities. This framework incorporates 3 interconnected aspects of family support, namely family support policy, family support provision and family support practice, all of which are interlinked but also operate in distinct ways and have quite distinct influences. Our contention is that all 3 domains, independently and in how they are interrelated, influence access to, experiences of, and outcomes for children, young people, parents and families who are availing of support. This framework also emphasises how these three domains need to be informed by a participatory ethos, critically including the views and experiences of those that avail of services as well as those that provide that service. And based on the work of Working Group 2 and Eurofamnet as a whole, we now take forward a more coherent agenda in family support, promoting participation and collaboration with children, parents and communities at all three levels of policy, practice and provision. We highlight the need to address constraints and challenges in the field that relate to tensions and limitations at the level of policy reform, adequate and sustained investment in service provision, and agreed practice orientation, standards and qualities. So thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the presentation.
I am now going to hand over to Dr. Harriet Churchill.
Thank you, Helen. Good morning, everyone. So in my presentation, I'm going to speak further about policy frameworks related to family support in Europe, and particularly pull out some key synthesized findings and recommendations from our three scoping studies, which you were just introduced to. So just to say, first of all, broadly what I'm going to be talking about and thinking about is, in broad terms, national policy frameworks for rights and provisions related to family support and their delivery and their development. So we're thinking in quite broad terms about the role of the state in relation to families and family support and support for children and parents, and also breaking down the role of the state in terms of thinking about the various departmental governments in relation to the state, public agencies and public services, and publicly funded or part-funded community services. So first of all of our scoping studies to some extent considered the policy frameworks and the policy context related to family support, but particularly our review of United Nations and Council of Europe human rights frameworks, particularly thinking about the Convention on the Rights of the Child, as well as European Union social policy frameworks. We've heard about these frameworks already this morning as well. So they're particularly thinking about family-friendly employment measures, social investment strategies, and social rights strategies advanced by the European Union, and of course the Child Guarantee more recently. So if we consider all of these frameworks, we see significant intergovernmental agreements related to European countries, for European countries to establish pretty wide-ranging rights to family support and to develop provision in terms of economic support, employment support, community and professional social services, and health, education support-orientated services for children, parents and families. However, we do also see some limitations and some challenges in relation to the realization of these frameworks, as well as the scope of the frameworks to some extent. And to briefly highlight a couple of those, these limitations can relate to the distinct roles and competencies of European-level policy agencies, but also to some extent, although as we heard this morning in relation to developments around the Child Guarantee and different strategies at EU level, we're moving in the right direction, but to some extent there can still be quite disjointed debates, particularly focusing on social protections and employment support, and perhaps childcare services in relation to that, in some senses, a bit separate from developments in relation to social services and parenting and family support services. And overall, one of the key limitations is it's the national level of policy making and decision making, national and local level, that really drives developments in family and parenting support. And we see quite varied national engagement and implementation of some of the frameworks, such as fully realising the Convention of the Rights of the Child and children's rights to parental and family support, as well as some of these other frameworks. And this can kind of muddy the waters in terms of what we mean by family support and what's the scope of family support in terms of a policy framework and the developments of rights and provisions in a coherent sense. And then in terms of our literature review study, here we see very well-developed conceptualizations of family support. Many members of Eurofamnet have contributed to those in the literature. So thinking about family support as a social services paradigm has really been developed, as well as a social policy paradigm has really been developed in the literature. And some of the key principles here are around the importance of rights to universal as well as targeted family support, and as I say, family support in economic support, employment support, and support services terms, as well as the importance of holistic frameworks for understanding family support needs, the range and diversity of needs and circumstances in relation to children's support needs and parental and family support needs, and holistic understandings of childhood and family life in terms of the wider social ecology that impacts on childhood and family life. Angela Abela's presentation will pick up more in terms of some of these key principles for provision. However, we also see at times in the literature family support again being defined in a narrow way or not being supported by a clear definition or conception of family support. Then in terms of our national report study, we see a rich diversity of contexts and provisions, and there's a rich context there for significantly more cross-national policy learning in terms of family support, and we see significant progressive developments, particularly around early childhood services, around parental leaves, around positive parenting initiatives. But we also see quite patchy developments in countries, particularly also we've seen some cutbacks in provision with austerity measures, and then particularly with the current high levels of support needs, we see significant gaps in provision. So we want to particularly highlight 3 ways forward in relation to thinking about the policy framework for family support. Firstly, one of the key next steps is to ensure that policy frameworks are informed by a broad conceptualization of the scope and value of family support in society. So a broad framework to orientate the goals of national policy and the scope of national policy strategies and reforms. So here we're not thinking about family support as a distinct type of service. We are thinking about that, but not only thinking about family support in those terms. We're thinking about family support as a national system of support and services that's coherent and comprehensive and can meet the diversity of needs and recognises the diversity of circumstances for children and families. So we have built on the current literature to come up with this kind of broad position and conceptualisation of family support. So we're emphasising that family support in general terms is the mobilisation and provision of resources and support for sustaining and enhancing family roles, like parenthood, for example, and family assets, like relationship qualities and social care in family, and promoting the well-being and capabilities of family members, particularly children and parents in terms of our focus. So we're really emphasising here resources and support. So we're talking about support services, community and professional services, but we're also thinking about resources like the time for parenting, information about services, housing support, internet access even, access to community facilities and opportunities. So then the second element of our conceptualisation emphasises that family support is not only delivered and supported by the state, but primarily and importantly involves informal family support delivered within community networks, social networks, and semi-formal support in terms of more organised kind of volunteering roles or community groups in society, and then the range of universal and targeted formal provision and services. So we're thinking there about state-regulated, state-funded, state-provided, but also state-funded and provided by non-governmental organisations as well. So the more formalised services, there's an emphasis on making sure that family support is provided in a timely and enabling way for children, parents and families, and as much as possible, so an emphasis on early intervention there, and as much as possible on an ethos of participation and promoting and nurturing the role of communities, the informal aspect and semi-formal aspect of family support as well. So our second overarching message is that if we put together at a national level, and then I'm highlighting this in terms of the European and international level of policy frameworks, if we put together the various progressive policy frameworks that have been developed and we build on them in terms of some of their limitations, we have a very comprehensive framework in terms of the key components of a progressive rights-based European policy framework. Obviously, specific countries will develop this framework in specific ways and articulate it in specific ways relative to context and national and local needs, but there's a very comprehensive framework there. So if we put together the Convention on the Rights of the Child with its emphasis on children's rights to equality, welfare, and family life, and the significance of family and parental support in relation to that, we add in the European Commission's Investing in Children, 3 pillars, particularly in terms of tackling childhood disadvantage. Here we have an emphasis on access to resources, economic resources, material resources, employment opportunities for parents. We have an emphasis on access to high-quality services and a spectrum of services for children and families. And we have an emphasis on children's participation in society and in relation to decision-making that directly affects their lives. And then if we add in there the emphasis on family-friendly employment rights, perhaps most recently expressed at the European Union level in terms of the recent Work-Life Directive, we have an emphasis on flexible working rights, paternity leave rights, and parental leave rights, and paid employment leave for parents. We can add in the child guarantee with its very strong emphasis on, very strong emphasis on a guarantee rights to essential services for children in need and children at risk, as we heard earlier this morning. And then we can add in the Council of Europe's framework around positive parenting, which particularly emphasises the way that the state, through its funding of community facilities and support, can nurture community support and social networks and social support for parents. Add in the importance of a spectrum of universal and targeted family support services, positive parenting campaigns, and then parental and community participation in decision-making alongside children and young peoples. And I'll just finish up with emphasising the third kind of key message that we'd like to put forward in terms of a comprehensive policy framework. And this is in terms of a comprehensive strategic approach to policy development, evaluation, and funding. So essential aspects here are cross-government national policy strategies being developed with an explicit and comprehensive focus on family and parenting support, and these are routine and continuous and not just time-limited without a follow-on. A comprehensive approach to policy and national systemic coordination across all relevant areas and levels of government, as well as the state, NGOs, professional groups and communities. An emphasis on evidence-informed policy making and funding and resources for policy and programme evaluation and learning from that. Embedded approach to research and development and stakeholder consultation. Sustainable funding strategies for family support. And a particular emphasis on developing a national framework of workforce and professional development and investment in these areas. Thank you. So I will now pass over to Professor Angela Abela.
Thank you, Harry. So, good morning, everyone. As you have heard, our conceptualization of family support is across Europe is very much based on the synchronization of policy, provision, and practice. And what I will be focusing on now is provision and practice. What do we mean by provision? As Harry has already mentioned in some detail, we are referring here to a range of resource-based and service-based provision, which include family and parenting support services, targeted at children, young people, parents, families and communities, economic support, which is very important, employment and early childhood education and care, among others. Now, to look at the opportunities, tensions and dilemmas in terms of provision, our cross-country reports gave us an opportunity to see how different countries are developing their services and how we can learn from one another. However, it was not always clear from the reports what such strategies were meant to achieve. What were the principles underlying such supports? For example, how anti-poverty and anti-inequality measures are linked, how resource constraints are managed, who goes down first, how collaboration, coordination, and interprofessional support are optimized. Obviously, these different aspects of the national strategy are very important to the kind of integrated and coordinated supports that we are proposing, and that is an area that could be addressed. There is also we have noticed that there is widely implemented support targeted to vulnerable groups, but there is often a gap in the continuum between support and protection. And here, I think the conceptualization of McGregor and Devaney in 2022 about protective support and supportive protection is very pertinent. McGregor and Devaney argued that timely intervention with a special focus on early intervention is often needed when families face adversity. And more intensive work is sometimes needed too. It's not just prevention. The model developed by McGregor and Devaney highlights the need to balance support and protection approaches within child welfare services and expand the traditional model that we know of categorizing and organizing services in their continuum for protective support and supportive protection for children and families by providing support and protection in a more integrated level. And in this diagram, as you see, there is a new level, 1A, which emphasizes informal support that needs to be promoted. These networks of informal support need to be supported and encouraged from pre-birth onwards. And once again, the need to pay attention to other issues such as other provisions such as work-life balance, the fight against poverty and inequality is fundamental. Our scoping studies all highlighted family and parenting support services and the need to be delivered, these to be delivered in a coordinated and holistic way. However, the lack of coordination was particularly highlighted in various national reports. What about practice? Practitioners working with children are expected to work in a transdisciplinary, collaborative, empowering, and non-judgmental way. And there are challenges there. I'm not sure I have time to go into them. Very often, professional support is, rather than transdisciplinary, is hierarchical and fragmented, and the different enormous number of professionals who work in the area, including educators, social workers, youth workers, social care workers, child workers, family therapists, midwives, doctors, the list goes on. All are expected to have developed a way of working that is value-based. I think this is important, engaging effective and evidence-based practice. And the relationship with children is meant to be collaborative, empowering, and non-judgmental. And of course, for all the sophisticated work to happen, the self-reflexivity of the professional is very important. That it is no wonder that in 2014, the WHO and the Center for the Developing Child at Harvard University gave importance to the building of a skilled workforce when working with children and families, because the emotional regulation of professionals is important and is highlighted. Practitioners are not always empathic with families, especially during stressful situations, especially during traumatic circumstances. They are subject to vicarious trauma, and many of them end up being present, a lot of presenteeism, but maybe not the active, sophisticated way of intervening that we expect professionals to be performing. Many practitioners may privilege middle-class norms when working with children and their families, and better training, which would include service user involvement and an emphasis on self-reflexivity and supervision, could be extremely helpful in these circumstances. However, service user involvement is not mainstreamed in spite of the guidelines of the Council of Europe way back in 2007, and self-reflexivity is not always given importance. And as Nata and Kadima point out in 2009, not all practitioners are entitled to supervision. So these are some of the gaps. What are some of the current tensions and dilemmas faced by practitioners? One of them is around values, social justice and equity, core values. We have witnessed in the reports that poverty among children and families is still a major concern among European countries, and stark phenomena such as inequality related to income, inflation, and bad governance exacerbate poverty. The question even asked by Ruyon this morning, are we placing children in care because of poverty rather than because of abuse and neglect? And also, in practice, are we psychologizing and medicalizing poverty and racism, not just poverty, rather than perceiving it as a social injustice? Another point is family support, evidence-based. It was only confirmed in 11 reports of the country reports that we see, so we have a gap there. Gender inequality is very often not addressed by practitioners. They're happy to see the mother come, the father is not always there. And finally, the moral responsibility of the state vis-à-vis those living in poverty has implications on how family support is practiced. Do we blame families themselves for the economic situation? Clarity around the value system informing family support is so important. And here Europe has a lot to do, a lot of responsibility. Stark differences would emerge depending on family practitioners see themselves as fixing families and rescuing children rather than supporting egalitarian principles and intervening together with families. So state responsibility and commitment to improve and equalize children's living conditions and investment to achieve quality in children's life chances is very important. We see thus that the tensions and dilemmas are many, and we believe that a new way of looking at family support will help us address the current contradictions that have surfaced in the report. I will now hand over to Carmel to make some concluding comments.
Thank you, Angela. So in sum, I guess we see that multiple state structures and actions influence how family support is understood, developed,
funded, regulated, delivered and evaluated. Critical components include legislation and government policy, with public spending, institutional arrangements, statutory guidance, state-funded or provided provision, and day-to-day practice informed by these instruments and policies. Our conception of family support incorporates a wide range of resource-based and service-based provisions as measures to enhance the capabilities and welfare of children, parents and families. Family support services need to be developed as part of a strategically managed approach based on a systematic population needs and risk assessment process, cross-sectoral service audits, planning and evaluation, rigorous research and stakeholder perspectives. And this includes an explicit position about what family and parenting support means, the scope of provision, and what policies and services aim to achieve. The practice domain, as Angela highlighted, constitutes the front line of family support from the perspective of children, parents and families and their engagement with state agencies and service providers in the delivery of that support. And it is the interface through which the policies and provisions are implemented and delivered, and tailored and adapted as necessary to meet social support needs. Our scoping studies have indicated the significance of this domain in general, and particularly the distinctive nature of family support as a professional practice paradigm. Consideration of professional ethos, practice, competencies and skills, and the nature of service provider and service user relationships and collaborations are critical issues in the development and delivery of family support. In order to promote and deliver the benefits of family support for children, families and societies, those involved in the development, delivery and receipt of family support must play and be supported to play a central role in considering issues, influences and challenges that manifest at the levels of policy, practice and provision. And in doing so, all three domains of family support, the policy, the provision, the practice, must be considered and included when formulating a comprehensive, coherent and collaborative reform agenda for family support. And critically, this formulation should incorporate a fourth domain, a participatory ethos, to ensure that supports provided are appropriate to the needs of diverse family forms, living in varied circumstances with varied needs, while respecting the agency of family members in determining their own lives.
Thank you, Carmel. I'm now going to introduce Agata Dadato as our respondent, who is Head of Programmes at Eurochild.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me heartily congratulate Eurofamnet for this comprehensive, holistic conceptualization of family support, this multi-level, multi-dimensional framework sets out a real way forward to develop family support policy, provision and practice within a participatory approach for family welfare, children's rights, gender equality and social justice. So this is really a step forward in our community. I'm from Eurochild. Eurochild is the EU network of children's rights organizations in Europe. As Eurochild, we know the need to sustain quality services that reach out the most vulnerable children and families. We know the importance of ensuring integration, better integration actually of services, and ensuring an enabling policy framework that reflects the needs of all children and their families in relation to family support, health, learning outcomes, etc., etc. In Eurochild, we've been advocating for ending child poverty for almost 2 decades now. Obviously, child poverty, we know, has a very negative impact on children's lifelong development and can impact very strongly on the economic development, long-term resilience of our communities and societies. And certainly family support is crucial to fighting child poverty and promoting child well-being. So this is really the starting point and the perspective we look at this from. According to data, to Eurostat data, from 2020 to 2021, over 200,000 more children in the EU were driven to the brink of poverty. While the situation varies from one country to another, and obviously there are some groups that are more exposed than others to poverty and social exclusion, in the end, the results is always the same. Children's rights are not respected, children's rights are not protected, and they are not fulfilled. So even temporary deprivation experiences can have devastating impact and consequences for a child, lasting a lifetime, if not generations. In particular, we know that early years of a child's life are crucial in determining their development, their physical, mental, social, and emotional development, as inequalities are typically established at very young ages of life. At the level of the European Union, and we've heard many times already this morning from Marie-Cécile and from colleagues before, promising commitments to upholding children's rights and reducing disadvantage and social exclusion have been made. The last milestone has been the European Child Guarantee, which has just celebrated its 2 years of life. And with this commitment, the EU has really demonstrated its political commitment to break child poverty and to tackle disadvantage across generations. But of course, to secure its success, the priority now is to turn this political commitment and goodwill into tangible measures to eradicate child poverty. EU and national leaders should now live up to their political commitment by submitting their ambitious and comprehensive, hopefully, national actions plans. As these are considered to be living documents that will remain in force at least until 2030, these plans should be regularly reviewed, regularly updated, ensuring rights-based, integrated, multidimensional approach, and really trying to ensure a deep interconnections, if you like, with the national, regional, and local scenarios that they relate to, because we live obviously in an evolving context. It will really be important, crucial to capitalize on the child guarantee, on this very unique tool to reach and support the most vulnerable and disadvantaged children, so that all children can really have nurturing care from the very start. And we've developed, in coalition with other partners across Europe, also a thematic paper on different key services that we talk about, so ECEC, early childhood education and care, but also safe and secure housing, access to maternal and child health care, adequate minimum income, etc., etc. Specific and targeted measures and interventions are needed to reach the most marginalized young children and their families. And the Eurochild Invisible Children report, which has been recently published, it's on children in need across Europe, and it's compiled by 35 Eurochild members across 22 European countries. Well, also this report, and this is not surprising, stresses the importance of early intervention, prevention, and the prioritization of family support as part of the big solution, overarching solution for tackling child poverty, inequality, and social exclusion. One of the main recommendations our members are making is about investment in reforming the child protection system, and we've heard already in the morning some reference to DI deinstitutionalization. Family centers should be expanded and focus on enhancing parent skills and on offering other support to keep families and children together to prevent separation of children from their biological parents. And to prevent their placement in alternative care. Now, Eurochild has also pioneered a model that aims to capture a systems-wide understanding of public investment in children and families. And this is called, the brand is Childonomics. The conceptual framework developed through Childonomics encourages analysis across the whole spectrum and landscape of policies, programs, and services that have an impact on children and families. It provides a way to map services and programs to help understand how different investments are interconnected and how they can contribute to different outcomes. It's really amazing to which extent the Childonomics framework aligns well with the Eurofamnet framework, which emphasizes the importance of all the three levels within a participatory ethos, policy, provision, and practice. And within the Childonomics framework, family support is also, not surprisingly, recognized as including a variety of provisions, including the economic and the employment support. And a correct implementation of the Childonomics methodology requires horizontal and vertical collaboration among policy departments and across different levels of government. So very much aligning with the framework that has just been presented. It provides a framework to bring policymakers together with other stakeholders, with the academia, with NGOs, to work towards the shared goal of improving outcomes for children and families. And the methodology also requires consultation with children and families. The measurement of outcomes can, however, be constrained by the lack of data, most often longitudinal data, and the need to give due weight to qualitative outcomes. Now, to conclude, there are some key challenges in the field of family support, the way I see it, and it's very much in line with some of the conclusions that Angela has drew our attention on. So first of all, the challenge in terms of inadequacy of monitoring policy and evaluation implementation. The second challenge is about putting the tendency to blame families rather than tackling the root causes of poverty and social exclusion, addressing structural barriers and inequalities. And then there's the more ideological challenge of core values which look at supporting equalitarian principles and intervening together with families through empowering them and building on their strengths. But of course, this requires funding, this requires a long-term vision, but it saves money in the long term. So undoubtedly, the Eurofam framework developed by the Working Group 2 will be useful in advancing our understanding and implementation of family support in Europe going forward. And again, my warm congratulations to the work that's been done over the last 4 years.
Jean, I think it's over to you now.
Thank you, Helen, and thank you to all the speakers. As we wanted to bring a piece of family support practice to the event, it is really a pleasure to have with us today Mercedes García Bernal and Pepa Torbisco, who are actresses who work with the Asociación Ponte. And Asociación Ponte works in Andalusia with families in conflict situations, and especially adolescents with conduct problems. And their methodology is, I think I'm echoing a bit. Their methodology is based on psychodrama interventions. They use scene performance as one of their key techniques in an interplay between actors and psychologists. Mercedes and Pepa will give a performance after each technical session based on their in-the-moment interpretation of the content of each of the sessions. And I just wanted to say that you're going to see them as they are going to act as a mother and her daughter.
¿Dónde estaba?
Where have you been?
Where are you coming from? I'm coming from the street. Where are you coming?
What do you mean the street? I don't like you out there on the streets in this neighborhood.
My dear Mom, you have to realize this is crazy. The situation is totally crazy. I know perfectly what you are saying.
I don't have money. I cannot afford a phone for you. I wish I could. I wish things were different, but they're not.
That's a reality. Things are like they are. And that's it. The situation is as it is.
I believe we're getting a bag of clothes next week.
You're always telling me next week.
We cannot afford it. I don't even know if we can pay the rent. Maybe we'll get evicted tomorrow.
I know, I realize this is a very complicated situation.
Pepa, listen to me.
Mommy, stop crying. If you continue crying, I will leave the room.
At least when the grandparents were around, we had some support, but right now I don't even know I don't know what to do. I'm at the end of my wits.
I don't know. I'm sick and tired myself. I don't have any friends. What do you mean?
Friends?
Nobody wants to come with me. I'm always using the same clothes and everybody keeps on laughing on my face. That's the situation, Mom.
Where are you going?
Stop crying, Mom. I think the situation is very difficult.
Let's have dinner together. What would you like for dinner?
What do you think I can have for lunch? Just spaghetti with tomato sauce. That's the only thing. Then why do you ask me? It's the only option.
I just don't know what else to ask.
I'm sick and tired. I'm leaving. Leave me by myself.
Thank you to our actors this morning. I'd now and comments that have been coming in on the on-screen telegram. Our first comment is from Dr. Mandy MacDonald. Thank you for this comprehensive framework and for your poster that explained it succinctly. It was very helpful to have the various aspects mapped out so clearly. But the question is, how do you hope this conceptualization might help improve support for families? Carmel, would you like to address that question?
Thanks, Helen, and thanks, Mandy. Yes, of course, it's a very appropriate question, because ultimately that's what we're hoping to achieve through all the work of Eurofamnet, is that we make some difference in terms of the services and supports that families are experiencing and receiving. Otherwise, there's no point to all of this work. So I suppose we feel, as John said earlier this morning, there were many gaps in terms of how we conceptualised family support in various countries, but also right across Europe. But certainly now we have, I suppose, what we would describe as a common understanding. We have a common language, and we have a strong emphasis on the need to connect and coordinate across those levels of the policy, the provision, the practice. And I suppose we also highlight and emphasise the need to invite in a very real and meaningful way, and to ensure we include the views of stakeholders, the views of families who use services, but also those that are providing the service providers. And I suppose the other point that we emphasise is the need for sustained provision, that the provision of family support doesn't ebb and flow, it doesn't disappear when austerity is there, or there's other pressing issues, or there's priority given to other areas of work or protection or something like that, but rather that there's sustained, ongoing, continued investment in the provision and the policy support for that provision over time, and also over the continuum. We really, I suppose, emphasise the need for the need for early intervention and prevention, but also support across the continuum. Support when there's need for protection, when the risks are high, and also when children or young people are in alternative care and placed in various care placements. So it's not something that just happens at one part of the continuum, one part of what services provide. And I suppose lastly, with that, we emphasise the need for practitioners to operate at a really high quality, to be trained, to be educated, to be knowledgeable, to understand what's needed to work with the 5-year-old, the 15-year-old, the young mother, the young father, the grandparent, whoever it might be that's providing the care and support. And that we have that high quality, that we invest in training and educating and supporting and supervising our practitioners to ensure that that they can provide the high level of practice across the continuum, as I say. So I know it sounds easy, as John said earlier, it's easy to say these things. None of this is easy to do in practice, and it's not easy to ensure that we have kind of the coordination and the sustained consideration of all of these levels all of the time across all of the countries in Europe. But I suppose we hope with this shared framework, this shared formulation, the 4 Ps of family support, as we can call it, that at least the tools, the basis, the foundation is there to ensure that coordination and that sustained investment and emphasis happens as we move forward.
Thank you, Carmel, for a very comprehensive answer. We have a question and a comment from Oyvind Christensen, if I've pronounced that correctly. Thank you for an interesting presentation. What is currently the most important challenge concerning the provision of family support across European countries? Harriet, would you like to take that question?
Yes, I will, although it's hard to whittle it down to one. So yeah, we've mentioned a few of the key challenges. I think the most significant challenge is the scale of adversities, that adversities and disadvantage in terms of the role of poverty, gender inequality, ethnicity, migrant status issues, and how that links with disadvantage and marginalisation in society, disability, poor health rates, etc. So I think it's the scale of adversities, and then also part of the scale of adversities that parents and children experience are also to do with kind of social change and the increasing significance, say, of the digital world that we heard about this morning, and kind of navigating those social changes, and particularly thinking about children's well-being. And then we've got the pandemic context and the current cost of living crisis and the uncertainties that we currently face. So I think all of those are kind of intensifying adversities. So the second half of that challenge would be, and again, I think the representative from the European Commission this morning put it very nicely, would be developing further and advocating and mobilizing this evidence, but developing further our evidence base in terms of the social costs of all that adversity, in terms of compromised welfare prospects and the links between the rise in mental health support needs and educational support needs, etc. And then the key role of family support and the range of family support in relation to that, and making the political case to address the political challenge in terms of commitment to family support, but also we need significant cultural shifts in relation to it being okay to ask for early help, it being okay to turn to services, rather than that being necessarily a scary thing or a fearful thing, or waiting till your adversities are very serious before you get to that stage. So we need a cultural shift in terms of this isn't all about parental responsibility or family responsibility, this is about partnerships throughout society and with the state and children and families to recognise that adversity and address it.
Thank you, Harriet. Unfortunately, we don't have any time left for other questions and comments, but please do approach our presenters during the lunch break or coffee break. I'm sure Angela in particular would be keen to talk to you about that. So can I just say on all our behalves, thank you to our presenters today. Thank you to everyone for joining us today, and we hope you found it useful and stimulating. Thank you.
Lunch will be served in the same room where we had our coffee break. After lunch, at 1:45, we would like to take a group photo with everyone in it, if possible. So please gather at 1:45 at the main entrance, next to the vertical garden, which creates a nice background for the photo. And we will be back here at 2 o'clock for the next session. So buen provecho and enjoy your lunch. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch. I wanted to say a quick note on the dinner and the guided tour. As you may know, the guided tour will start at the main entrance of this CaixaForum building, so just where we took the group photo. And we will leave at 7, so it would be great if everyone could be there at 10 to 7. And also for the joint dinner, for the people who aren't coming on the tour but are going to the dinner, please also be in time because it's a buffet dinner that will be served between 8:30 and 9:30. For the next session, also please, if you want to interact on the Telegram channel, you can post your questions and comments for the speakers. And someone said that they lost, or someone has lost their mobile phone. It has been found and is at the registration desk. Oh, you... Ah, okay, it's right there. So... Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Our next session is entitled Advancing Quality Standards and Evidence-Based Practice with Families in Europe. Our chairperson is Felix Barajas. He is Deputy Director General of Family Diversity in the General Directorate of Family Diversity and Social Services in the Spanish Ministry of Social Rights and Agenda 2030. So Felix, the floor is yours.
¿Se oye ahora? Sí, mejor, gracias. Sí, buenas tardes. Vamos a retomar las sesiones.
Hello, good afternoon. We are going to start with the sessions on the advancing quality standards and evidence-based practice with the families in Europe. The interventions with families are very sensitive because normally our working material is the life of families, that they're subject of rights, and especially when we deal with minor and young people, that we have to maintain the different situation of vulnerability, risk, and we have to orient and to promote changes in the different relationship of families. So this means that the responsibilities of the professionals, of the teams that are supporting families, it is very important. So we cannot allow this intervention to professionals that have not had a good quality and surveillance control. The same as it would not be a good idea to implement public health methodology that has not been approved on basis of different controls and efficiency. We shouldn't facilitate that these actions were not based on evidence and on quality. In social science in general, and specifically in these theories, we have to underline the quality standards and evidence-based practice. We have seen much of the scientific-based evidence in Europe. It's very heterogeneous. Families are very different depending on the socio-economic environment in which they live in the different countries. But we do have legal tools, professional and economic tools that facilitate this new approach, which is very important for the political responsibles, and in order to see what other programs that we have to foster and to guarantee new funding for these policies in order to be more efficient from the social and economic viewpoint. So in this session, we are going to see the different approaches on the tools and strategies that are being implemented in Europe in order to implement the quality and the different actions that are necessary in order to improve. So without any further ado, we are going to give the floor to Ana Catarina Canario from the Oporto University in Portugal.
on quality standards and evidence-based programs by Working Group 3. And I'll start presenting the position of Eurofamnet on quality standards and evaluation strategies in family support programs. So we have two outputs on this matter. The first one is a paper in progress still, and the other one is already available as a deliverable from the action, which you can access by scanning the QR code you have in the presentation. So in our work, we see family support programs as a wide range of activities targeting families and parents that have a clear structure, set goals, defined means and methods, and a structure or guideline to assess outcomes that aim to promote health, well-being, and the development of children. So the proposed quality standards for family support program are built around 5 fundamental considerations that guide program formulation, program delivery, program evaluation, and then dissemination. And these 5 fundamental considerations are being responsive, feasible, ethical, reflective, and sustainable. As for our proposed quality standards for program formulation, there must be a clearly defined theoretical model, clearly stated objectives. Also, there must be a standardized delivered, evidence-guided by previous research, developmentally appropriate for the ages of the children being targeted, responsive to the needs of the target groups, participatory, and allow for the parents to develop skills that help them support their families in the best possible ways. Also, for program implementation, we believe that, first of all, the needs of the families should be evaluated, and also the organization readiness to implement the intervention. After that being established, then this program can be selected, and then there must be an implementation team that develops and fits to an implementation plan that includes the participation of the practitioners, stakeholders, and the families involved, with staff training considered, and also that monitors fidelity and allows for the continuous improvement of the program on itself. Our position about the strategies for the effective evaluation of parenting support programs, we believe that they could be applied to all stages of program workflow under a pluralistic approach. So in this, what we need to evaluate at the different stages are the accessibility of the program, the conditions that the services have available, the needs and the resources that the families have, the short and long-term effects of the interventions, the fidelity of the implementation, the way the families engage with the programs and the interventions, their effectiveness, trying to understand to whom and under which circumstances the families benefit the most from the interventions delivered, and of course the costs, benefits, and utilities under an economic approach, evaluation approach, And of course, finally, the way the program is kept and sustained over time in real-world settings. So, summing all up, we believe that our work has implications for practice, namely by allowing a better understanding on which specific programs should be delivered to families according to their needs and characteristics, of course, following a family-centered approach, and the implications for policymaking, of course, include the enhancement of collaborative and bidirectional collaborations between families, professionals, policymakers, and also universities or academics. And we advocate for evidence-based programs as resources that should be available in communities to promote families' well-being and, of course, the best child development possible. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ana Catarina.
Thank you very much, Ana Catarina. And now We are going to give the floor to María José Rodrigo from La Laguna University from Spain.
I'm very glad to be here and to present our work on the adoption of evidence-based standards in the cost action countries, because we decided to do a survey with 20 countries, as you will see. That was a topic not very well known, because we have, although at the European level, there is a great commitment and great emphasis on the idea of evidence-based practices, but then there is not much information on the way the countries are really endorsing these kind of evidence-based practices. And so it was a need of analyzing and examining in an empirical way what was the situation, at least in the countries that we sampled. And so, in this sense, it is very important to see that these kind of things have to be approached empirically and not just suppose that they are doing all the best. Because, we have a special commitment with something that is very important, which is the inequality that may happen because of this kind of lack of quality support in the practices and all the programs and all the things they are doing. And so in this study, what we started with conceptualizing what does it mean to endorse these evidence-based practices, and that was the idea of gathering some strategies that we thought that were very important on that regard. And this strategy has to do, first of all, with the collaboration, trilateral collaboration. As you may see this morning, we have some examples on that, in which we have the policymakers, we have the researchers, we have the practitioners, stakeholders also, and that is very, very important for that. But it's also crucial to perform translational efforts to reach consensual guidelines that has to be somehow work out and coordinate across sectors, because it has to be a kind of tool, assessment tool, that may help all the sectors. But it's also important in this regard to have an official recognition of this kind of efforts made in these directions. Because in other ways, you can have the kind of professionals that are really burned out for being so innovative and so creative that nobody understands what they are doing. And so they remain somehow isolated and do not receive any positive feedback of what they are doing. It is also important, the idea of professional training on that, because we have to establish a sort of common language, common sense of what they are doing in terms of the best of practices and in terms also the kind of competences that are involved on that. And finally, it's important to disseminate. It's critically, the dissemination is very important, not only for the professionals around, but also for the society at large. And these are the countries. We had, I don't go to go into the details, but we got countries from the European Union, already members of the European Union, but also we got candidate countries, which is, I think, one of the samples in which we have more representation on that, and also non-UA countries, in case of United Kingdom and Israel. And we develop a sort of respondents from these countries, but not for anyone, but because we got some supportive network to gather this information with reliability. And then we perform a cluster analysis that all of you probably will know, that allows to categorize the responses in terms, in our case, we try to make it in terms of the advances, of the situation of the advancement towards the EBP adoptions, and in a cumulative way, because we wanted to have a clear-cut profiles of responses, but going in the same directions. And so, for instance, we found out that there is, at the level of the legal and policy and recommendations and all the kind of things that important, all of them got a high level of responses. That was very nice, because that means that is clearly assumed in the system, at least at the legal and policy level. But it's not frequent, for instance, to have local services that are supporting the families. Not only, then the percentage of responses reduce, as you may see. There is not much recognition or acknowledgement of these EVP guidelines. There is not also so much professional training. At least it's a middle percentage, and also other sectors rarely use in cross-sectorially this kind of tools or consensual guidelines. But a few of them, they are able, and then you see they reduce for the percentage. At least they are able to get this stable trilateral collaboration. But look at the percentage. The EVP guidelines are also established or fully adopted, which is also very important. Also, there is a sort of recognition of the value of applying the EVP's practices, and then the cross-sectoral use, and also the training and the dissemination, but look at the percentage. And what we did was to make a correspondence between the countries and these profiles. And then we got the final disposition of the countries in terms of this progression. Corresponding to the initial steps, we got mainly non-member countries, which makes sense because they already have all these assume and endorse all these dispositions, but not much. I mean, they are at the baseline, with the exception of France, which is a member country. And then the other ones in the middle corresponds to member countries, which also makes sense, and also Israel. Israel was placed here. And as advanced levels, you have also member countries, and in this case, United Kingdom too. So it's interesting also to remark that when you think about other kind of classifications, for instance, this kind of public spending in informal with family, benefits, it's just another matter, because we have countries that in fact are the high-ranking level of investment, and then other ones are at the lower level. So, I mean, it's another type of ranking, and it is good in some sense, because it means that all of us, although we are not high-ranking countries, we are able to do these kind of efforts in the practice. And so that is my finished remarks. It's very important to establish this trilateral. I think that makes a difference. Not bilateral and not unstable one, but trilateral stable collaborations at this level. It's also very important to provide services, and these services are cross-sectoral. That is also very, very crucial, and also to give training to the professionals, and also to arrive to these guidelines consensual. Engage across sectors, as I said, and finally, I think that this is crucial, and we are not yet fully done this in Spain, I have to say, the endorsement of the inclusions of the family participation in these matters, because we have, of course, we have family associations, but really go directly and asking and having the feedback for these families is still an issue to come, but we are aware of that, but we think that this should be done like this, because we have subjects of rights, and we need to also embark all these families in this way of getting a good quality for the family support. Thank you.
Sí, muchas gracias, María José. Tiene la palabra ahora Sonia Birne, de la Universidad también de La Laguna.
Now we are going to give the floor to some leader from the La Laguna University.
Evidence-based
practices at a national level were identified, a second step was needed to support professionals and policy-making institutions in family support. So we had two clear aims. The first aim was to produce a catalogue of evidence-based European programs that were culturally relevant and responsive to different national needs and are available for professional communities. But we also had another aim, to produce a catalogue of sound evaluation tools in family support areas. For this purpose, we developed one instrument, the Family Support Program Survey, according to the international quality standards of evidence-based programs in family support that were presented before. All the programs were identified by MC members and the data collected by Eurofamnet national network from the countries that are taking part of our action. And from a pluralistic approach and trying to approach all that cultural diversity and also all the different levels of evidence that the programs could have, we had to establish clear criteria of including and excluding programs. All the programs that we have searched for had to have all these inclusion criteria. The first one have a clear authorship, where the specific author is identified, or if it is an adaptation of another language, both authors identified, have a clear theoretical background. The structure need at least 3 sessions to be considered a program, and have any kind of written report of the results. We consider any kind, it doesn't have to be a scientific report, but have a report of the results. We also identified some exclusion criteria, and if any of these ones is met by the program, it has to be excluded, such as it's not clear who is the organization behind the program, the target population are adults but not related to parenthood or family issues, or there are unknown contents or methodology. So once we have selected the program, all the information in the country was taken in account in relation to 8 specific topics. The first one is the program identification, where we search for authors, language, and many other issues. Program description, where we know who is the target population, target group, target age of children, if it's manualized or not, and even the expected outcomes that the program will have. And the next topic is the program implementation, where we search not only for the mode of delivery, if it was face-to-face, online, a mixed mode of delivery, also the setting where it was implemented, the adaptation needed, and any kind of session monitoring that they took part in. In the program evaluation, we search for 2 different things. On one hand, the design, where we include the number of trials, but also any kind of design from that pluralistic approach that we were talking about. We include RCTs, but we include also a quasi-experimental design, pilot studies, etc. And the other part of the program evaluation is about evaluation tools. In evaluation tools, we search for all the instruments used to evaluate the program in 5 different categories: instruments related to parents, children, couple and families, communities, and for the program itself. We also search for the type of assessment of each of these instruments, who is the respondent of that instrument, and also the validity and reliability of that instrument. The next topic was the program impact, where we explored the kind of analysis that were performed to evaluate the program, but also the real outcomes that were obtained with it. The next one is the dissemination readiness, where we search for any kind of scientific dissemination of the program that could be papers in scientific journals, but could also be conferences, any kind of internal report or whatever, but also the sustainability of the program, because we consider that that's an important matter to consider that the program is a good instrument to use or not. And the last one, the documentation, where we have a summary of the program, but also any kind of supportive documentation where we can find more information available from the program. Well, with all this information, we were able to produce two big tools. The first one was the catalog on family support programs. That is a very useful tool for professional practice, where you can find 193 family support programs that were developed in 17 different European countries. It's a dynamic tool, so you can find in our Eurofamnet website. This dynamic tool is available for anyone that would like to use it, and you can search for the programs that really meet your needs. You can search for language, you can search for operating domain, you can search for target group, target age of children, target outcome, and also for mode of delivery. We could also develop a specific catalog of sound evaluation tools in family support that is also available at the website. And it's another dynamic tool where you can search by different matters, and you can find 235 different instruments to evaluate programs that, according to the target population that we described before, it could be organized in 114 instruments to measure parent changes, 62 about children, 18 about couple and families, 7 instruments for communities, and 34 instruments to evaluate the program itself. As you can see, this dynamic tool could be searched also by language, but inside the different outcomes that we have different options. Inside parent domain, we can find if it's about attachment, behavior, cognitive, quality of life, or whatever, in relation to community, ethic issues, integration, or in relation to programs, the fidelity, the responsiveness of the participants. You have a lot of options to find any instrument that could be useful for your professional practice. We try to make an effort to give an overview, our picture of the kind of programs that are developed in Europe. So we prepared a kind of information synthesizing the main aspects. Most of the programs are fully manualized, the ones that we are included in our catalogs, mainly with national or international scope, and mainly delivered by public agencies. As you can see, there are some others, but mainly by public agencies. They are also mainly planning to obtain results at family and individual level more than any other. And most of them are aimed at selective population with parents as the main target group. With the cluster analysis, we could identify 3 main profiles of programs developed in Europe. We have identified a first profile we call universal programs, because these programs are aimed mainly at universal population, working with children, families, and communities at any age of the children, seeking to obtain results at a wide range of domains and target outcomes, but are mainly delivered at schools and home. We had another profile of programs aimed both at universal and indicated population, working mainly with parents and at early childhood. In this case, our programs focused on specific target outcomes, mainly related to reducing neglect or abusive parenting. And the third profile was aimed mainly at indicated population, working with parents more than with children, but at any age, and focus more in educational or health domains, and trying to focus mainly the setting at health services or centers. So we have 3 big profiles of programs delivered in Europe, and all of them are available in our website for any practitioner, researcher, policymaker to see what's going on in Europe.
Sí, muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra de nuevo
Thank you very much. We're going to give the floor once again to Ana Catarina Canario.
Work on the use of information and communication technologies in family support. So in this work, we did a narrative review, which is published in a journal, in a special issue on online family support and children's health and well-being. So we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the provision of family support online. However, this is not new. We know that the merit of using ICT in family support has been studied for several decades now. And the most frequently studied types of support are programs delivered to parents to promote, to reduce child mental health problems. So in our work, we did a narrative review where we had as purpose to illustrate how information and communication technologies was being used at the time in family support across Europe. And to do so, we gathered examples provided by our colleagues in Working Group 3, researchers and stakeholders on what they knew were the practices of interventions being delivered online and others. So gathering knowledge from inside the action. And then outside the action, we ran searches in scientific and grey literature, general search engines, and also social media websites to know what we could find on the use of ICT in family support across Europe. So we actually found that ICT was being used in two ways. There were professionally led support, where professionals prepared and implemented interventions and gave support to families online. And on this, we found that this could be found in a way of psychoeducational websites and apps. We found several examples, such as the Spanish website Familias en Positivo, the social media web pages for Parenting for Long Life Health, and the UNICEF Bibo app for parenting and child development. We also found self-directed online parenting programs, that mostly had written materials, videos, and assignments to be completed by parents. Examples were the intervention Comet, available in Sweden, and Family Doesn't End with a Breakup, available in the Czech Republic. And we also found support through video call, where programs were digitally delivered through video conferencing apps to parents in their homes. And here we found as examples some interventions from the PPP system being delivered in Portugal, and also the intervention Growing Up Together online in Croatia. We also found that there were support being provided by peers, and in this is actually a form of support in which the users can receive information, have support, and give support to other parents, giving them assistance. And popular examples that we found in our review were social media groups and also instant messaging groups like WhatsApp or Telegram groups, where parents would ask for and receive support from each other. So with our work, we could see that there were implications for practice. Using ICT in family support has multiple advantages, including flexible scheduling with families and enhanced accessibility, also allowing to engage underserved families. And for policy making, we believe that the benefits of the use of ICT include the potential to reach more families, especially when this is combined with national developments that support families with their access to internet and devices that allow them to be online and receive the support they need. Thank you.
Tiene de nuevo la palabra Sonia Birne, por favor.
Let's hear Sonia Birne now, please.
All the advancing in quality standards and evidence-based programs in our network, trying to show that all the advances that we have been doing in the network, it has not been only been inside the network. We have opened all our work to outside the network through different ways. One of them is with workshop with stakeholders, like bridging quality standards for evaluation with professional practice, where we could exchange with high-level politicians from Europe and try to find policy, practical implication, and also challenges to be able to adopt that evidence-based practice that Maria Jose was telling about before. And we have also developed training schools for new generation of researchers in this field, like how do we generate evidence in family parenting support around 3 main topics: evaluation outcomes, evaluation of implementation, and ICT in family support. That was also a great experience to know what was going on and new experiences in this field. I would like to finish our presentation with a short video of one of these experiences, that is the training school.
This training school is a very important milestone. One of our capacity building objectives is to train the future generation of researchers, and I think this is a great milestone where we have been doing and we are doing with an iterative manner, because it's not only that we are providing knowledge, outputs and training, but also these young researchers are interacting with our outputs.
Here we listen more than 20 approaches on families from different points of view.
What surprised me more is that there are differences between countries and between cultures, but there are also so many overlap between how we should intervene in families and how we can prevent problems within the family.
I think it's really important. I think it's really exciting because what you get is a mixture of information and conversation, and the best brains in the room can share their own research and learn from each other. So I think they're really important events.
These are held best when our research is better, right? So the better our research is and the better our work is to implement then our findings, the more families benefit. So if we can increase the quality of what we do, which is research schools, which I really think we are doing, that definitely will ultimately also translate to the lives of families and their children.
Well, this is a great opportunity to meet the experts in the field of evaluation of parenting programs.
I think that it's more important, it's the connection. No other researchers, it's very, I think it's the most enriching experience.
So, but now I think I'm just in the right place, and the themes that are presented here are closely related to other research fields, and I think it's great to see some spillover effect over time, of course. So.
I'm taking, I think, new connections, new friends, and also I'm taking like a lot of information. So I think when you get home you have to kind of process everything and see what can you do, what you can do. But I think what I bring most is new learnings and new ideas. I think that's the main thing.
I was really surprised by the feeling of friendship and training that the people have inside this school, where it was a peer training place where we compare our work, our implementation to do better in our country and to improve the European project.
I think it's really important because we can talk about not only what the research has found, but how that can make a difference to the lives of families and the lives of children every day, and that's so important.
It has been great to see how senior researchers and young researchers have met together and tried to share their expertise, their knowledge, their methods, and find new ways on how to work with families, practitioners, politicians, and improve their research for future generations of European researchers that I'm sure that they will improve family support in the future.
Muy bien, para responder a todo.
Excellent. In response to all these matters, we've also invited Cecile Winkelman, Director of Families Foundation.
Congratulate you with the great work that you have been doing, and actually for the whole day what we have been hearing. It's really encouraging that there's so much emphasis on family support. I was part of the policy and practice group, so my name is Cecile Winkelman. I work for the Families Foundation in the Netherlands, and we are responsible for PPP, positive parenting, in the Netherlands. And as you might know, this is a program that has been implemented worldwide. It's quite a large program. We are over in 30 countries, and in the last 30 years, I think we have trained about 75,000 professionals. So we have not to boast, but just to say that we do have a lot of experience in how to relate to different contexts being implementing worldwide. And my personal emphasis is actually on cultural and religious diversity. So we spoke a lot about diversity here already in the sessions, diverse family structures, disabilities, inequality, which is very much linked also to cultural and religious diversity. So my response to what I've been hearing is from this angle. Next to my work for the Families Foundation, I've been working for 25 years in the practice of family support. And that's also, I would like to talk a little bit about that. In my view, the most important thing at this moment is to combine working with effective programs and reaching out to the communities. And that's why I was so happy with the emphasis on community-based organizations. This is the biggest challenge in the reality, as I call it, because we can have great programs, but if we don't reach the people who are really most in need of these programs, we are missing our target. And when I talk about community-based organizations, I mean organizations and professionals or volunteers who proactively go into the communities, who bring up, for instance, positive parenting, because a lot of parents are not aware of this theme. They have not yet thought about it so much. Professionals being part of the communities, so not just coming in for an intervention, but just being there all the time. And also the important thing of community-based organizations is that the link between informal and formal support of the families. So we could maybe even go a step further in not even saying community-based organizations, but community-led organizations. Because then we can also look at the organizational ownership of programs of intervention, and the voice of parents and children that we have already established, that we can still grow in that. One of the challenges is when you use evidence-based programs like PPP or any other program in community-based organizations, is that the psychological theories and concepts that we are using, the professionals that we train are not psychologists. So we need to always be very attentive and sensitive to this, that when we train nurses, doctors, community workers, social workers, they all have a different background, as was already mentioned in the morning. And our training, so we can give a great training, but the outcomes differ because of the concepts of where the professionals come from. So this, I think, is very important to pay attention to. And I was also very pleased with the research looking at the different countries and where we stand with evidence-based practice. And as the Netherlands, we are proud to be in the top category. But unfortunately, I can tell you that there's still work to be done. Also, we do have great programs available, but there are guidelines. We have a very good clearinghouse of to show actually the different levels of evidence that there are. But it is still up to the choice of organizations and municipalities to choose if they are going to use these programs. It would help if we could take a stand in this regard, and I mean we, and also in the governments. When we look at, again, at community-based organizations, one of the important parts is also to monitor your, as you have said, to monitor your results. But again, monitoring in community-based organizations is not a common practice. So also this needs some attention. And not only on a family level or organization level, but for instance on a regional level or a provincial level, so that you can really show what is the difference that we are making with the efforts that we are doing. And I was very interested in the tool also for the evaluation tools, because in my understanding, we still often use evaluation tools that are not really accessible for parents with a low literacy level. They are long questionnaires. So this makes it difficult for us really to know more about how we are really being effective in these communities. So it's very encouraging in the catalog to see 193 programs from 17 countries. So it shows that we are interested and we are doing the work. We are already on the ground delivering the programs. Maybe a more critical note is that I think by now we already know what positive parenting elements we need. We have so much research already. For me, what is the most important thing is how are we really going to do diverse sensitive delivery of evidence-based program. This is the key. As you said, the family inclusion. Community-based, community-led, that's important, but also the content of the positive parenting. How does it relate to the target groups that you are aiming for? Are you aware of the history of the groups that you are working with? For instance, their relation to authorities, their minority position, discrimination and racism. I would wish that one of the next steps after this great work that has already been done is in that direction, that we can include these elements in our evidence-based practice so that all parents and all families can really have access to the best way of parenting support. Thank you.
As the conflict between the mother and the daughter continue, the mother has sought the help of a social worker.
Finally.
It's been so hard to get all the way to this place. I just don't know if this will work at all. Also, I'm ashamed to tell my story to someone who's not in the family. I just don't feel comfortable having people understand or see what happens inside my home. But I feel cornered. I can't find hope anywhere. I don't even know why I'm here.
Hello, good afternoon, Mercedes. My name is Isabel. How are you? Okay, I see, I understand. Allow me, I'm going to talk with you. I would like to know a little bit, I'm the social worker. I would like you to tell me what is your social and family situation, just to have a quick summary, what can we do, what is your economic situation, the threats that you and the challenges that you find with your daughter.
I wouldn't even know where to start. Well, we're not doing well. Not doing well. I don't even know if I can make it till the end of the month. I don't know if I can pay the rent. I fear we might get evicted. And my daughter, she's just not pulling through. I came to the city because I was unemployed in my hometown, and I thought the big city would make it easier for us.
But what was, so that you're in this situation, what was the reason? What happened?
Well, I had my life savings, so I put together a small business, a tiny thing, a small shop. But then the pandemic and lockdown happened, and I lost everything. We're alone. We have no relatives, no support. We're so alone. And I feel the worst mother in the world, you know?
Don't worry.
Because my daughter just doesn't. I can't give her the things she needs.
Keep quiet, keep quiet. I'm going to try to put you in contact with another families with a very similar situation. I'm going to provide some psychological help. And if you agree, you go to the office. We are going to get all your information, your personal information, and we'll try to sort something out as soon as possible. Come with me, my darling, come with me, come with me. I'm sure that we will find a way out.
Creo que tenemos todavía.
Well, it looks like we still have time for some questions we got via the chat channel. Yes, there's a question here for Maria Jose. Ana Almeida asks,
Trilateral collaboration among countries differing not only geographically, but also political and social security traditions and services. What are underlying the mechanisms that trigger trilateral collaboration?
Yeah, well, it takes time. I mean, it was many, many years knocking at the doors and just waiting for the positive answers to introduce an evidence-based programs that nobody knows at that time. And then we began to receive some calls, and then in some calls I decided that the policymakers could be an important piece to also to take into account. And in that sense, I was not embarrassed anymore. And I thought that these kind of programs should be somehow covered under an organizational support. And that's why we started to scale a little bit, coming from the municipalities, then the autonomical communities in Spain, and then at the national level. And finally, we did it. And so, and that was I mean, it wasn't so difficult. It takes time, but at this level, you think that you are flying. I mean, you are flying because all the things you work, you study, you research, goes immediately to a good hands and has to be, of course, translated and get it into the real practice. Of course, it's not a direct translational effort, but finally you realize that good makes a difference, and then we see how we share the same languages, the same language. And that was very nice because we understand each other, and that happens also with the professionals too, because sometimes there is a big distance between our academic language and the professionals' language, not only because of the disciplines, but because of the world we live each other. So in that sense, we started to share languages, to share backgrounds, to share some aims and things that we had in common. And finally, we decided not to follow our respective prejudice about the others. Not always the politicians are dull, are insensitive, so it can, it can be sensitive, and we ourselves sometimes tell very, very, not very funny stories about the research we are doing. We are not doing a kind of research that has to be of interest for those translation into policy. So then we began to begin to adjust each other on that, and that was all. So I'm happy to tell that the story is not finished. We have a lot of things to be done, but I think we are in a good way.
Muy bien. Pues para acabar en tiempo.
Excellent. We have one last question that comes as to provide continuity.
4 years, what additional goals will they like to achieve?
Okay, if we have 4 more years, we hope so. I think that now that we have a picture of what is going on in the different countries that we are working with, now is the time to be helpful for that country. So now is the time to work with the national networks that have been built and seeing what are their needs, what's the next step that they have to achieve, because we cannot go to the highest levels. We have to go step by step and create guidelines or support them in the way that is needed to help them achieving and getting to the high advanced level that Maria Jose was saying before, trying to give them the support to be able to reach that high evidence-based practice levels at the national level, but also developing their own professional programs to help families. So give them the guidelines to have really clear evidence-based professional parenting programs, family support programs that are useful, not only for them, but for any other professionals in the field. Thank you.
Muy bien, pues muchas gracias a Ana Catarina.
Well, thank you very much, Ana Catarina, Maria Jose, Sonia, and Cecile, for your contributions. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation to all of you. We will have another coffee break now. Also, make sure to check out the second round of posters that have been set up. And we will be here again at 4 for the next session. Welcome back, everyone. I just wanted to say we've seen a lot of pictures and videos on social media, really giving visibility to the forum, so that's really great. And if you're about to upload something, also please include our hashtag that's on the board there on the left. For the next session, that is entitled The Future of Family Support Workforce Skills, we have with us Andy Lloyd, who is an independent social work and leadership consultant based in the UK, who will act as a chairperson, and he is also leading our policy and practice group. So, Andy, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much indeed, and good afternoon, colleagues. Thanks for coming back. It's later on in the afternoon. We've heard a huge amount this morning and this afternoon about family support and all that really interesting and rich research. This is a session which explores the future of the workforce and what the workforce need to do really high quality family support. And I'm really excited and privileged to be chairing this session. Colleagues alongside me, I've got Professor Nevenka Cherigat from the University of Belgrade. I've got Associate Professor Nina Michel from the University of Ljubljana, and I've got Associate Professor Mariana Bușuceanu Vabrea from the University of Moldova, and then as a respondent, Johanna Schema, who is the head of European Delegation and Vice President of Make Mothers Matter. So I think you'll agree, a really interesting and skilled group. So I think we're starting off with Nevenka.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Andy. We'll present now the work, actually our achievements of Working Group 4, or we're calling ourselves Skillful Group, because we are dealing with collecting data, analyzing documents, and researching, did a few researches researches regarding the skill qualification of family support workforce. And we collect 24 members from 9 European countries. And during these 4 years, we really passed a great way and produced a lot of papers and a lot of maps and catalogs and reports and things like that. And our main aim was to develop a common framework for standardization of skills as the basis for harmonization and consistency of competencies of family support workforce across Europe. Our final product will be ready for dissemination for a few weeks. It is a catalog of family support workforce skills, so now I'm taking a privilege to announce it. So when we are talking about family support workforce skills, of course, it sounds familiar, but a little bit strange, isn't it, when we are talking about that? Because we had a lot of problems when we are trying to establishing a concept and to understand what it is. First, the term skills is very familiar and very commonly used in many occasions and in many settings, and skills are very well researched. But there is not really agreement what the skills are and how to put it in practice, of course, also in many things. Also, family support, it's a concept with different problematic definitions, although we work very hard as a network all this time and made a lot of progress. But family support workforce, who is there, who is not, why it is there, why it is not, and then their skills. What does it mean? In order to achieve a clarity, to achieve a recognizability, to achieve really simplicity and logical coherence of this kind of concept. And actually, what we started actually to map the professions and occupations who are involved somehow in family support. And we find it in 5, fields or 5 professions. Actually, it is psychology, social work, pedagogy, health and law. And we find that there are specific professionals or group of professionals into those professions, but also allied paraprofessionals with a lot of different names in different settings in different countries who are dealing that kind of work and who they have their names and their code of conduct and some knowledge and experience. And we actually start to map what's going on in different European countries on the field in order to connect them. Some of that professions and occupations or paraprofessionals who are practicing some kind of family support or some part of family support are not recognize each other like family support workers. Some of these professions also do not recognize themselves as family support workers, but some do. But we're trying to find a way how to connect that and to find what is it the same and what is it the difference in order to establish some knowledge about a set of skills who should be applied in this kind of work. So actually, when we start to conceptualize these things, we are thinking that family support is kind of job or kind of area or kind of field which is provided on different sector level and different governmental and non-governmental organizations, internationally and domestically, of course, with relevant social systems. So systems who are dealing with families in order to provide some kind of support, like a social welfare, health, mental health, education and justice. Also from different professional domains, frameworks and domains like social work, psychology, pedagogy, medicine, law, and paraprofessionals, allied paraprofessionals, and who have some
skills who are using in that kind of job in order to provide developmental, compensatory, or protective support to families and their members. So that was our starting points, and then we did a lot of work regarding this. So first we start to mapping the different kind of organizations who are dealing family support internationally on the European level or on regional level. Some of these organizations are organizations of professionals. Some of them are interprofessional. Some of them are covering some specific fields. And we actually group this kind of organizations and made a catalog of maps. Actually, we made the free catalog of maps. We made the catalog of these family support organizations, but also we separate subgroup of family therapy, occupational therapy, I don't know what's going on, and paraprofessionals who are dealing with that field, and not only dealing with that field, but have some documents who document that they are doing actually family support, and also youth support organization who start to flourish, I don't know, 15 years ago probably, according to some European policies, but I don't see a lot of expansion in that area recently. And actually we make that map and sort a little different kind of document and analyze that context and find some things. And our next step was systematic reviews, and we did the systematic reviews of peer-reviewed journals and also separately of books from the field of family support, broadly spoken. And also we find that everybody talking about skills, and that some skills are called with the same skills with the different names, or the same name is used for the same skills, and that some skills are how to say used interchangeably with terms of competencies, and then it is very hard in literature to find what is knowledge, what is skill, what is approach, what is that, and we try to sort all this out and to find out what is family supportive there. And also we had a different kind of consultations, also workshop with stakeholders regarding consultations about that. What is family supportive in skills of people who are doing that in practice, of practitioners? So we are not talking, for example, about specific skills in, I don't know, finding some pediatrical problem, but how to do pediatric work on a family supportive way, of course. And finally, we did a Delphi study with help of many people. And we collect actually 31 experts, finally we collect 31 experts from 23 countries and start to work with them, and we have the free round of consultations structured completely like a Delphi study, and we find out a few very interesting things that we will talk about now. And I hope so that opens up possibilities for discussion and for future development. Actually, family support workforce skills, we understand here, but something that is learned. Somebody could be more or less skillful. It depends of abilities and it depends of practice, but it should be learned to be skilled. So it is very important to adopt that concept that people can learn to be family supportive. But let's see what it is. So learned ability to do things on collaborative ways while supporting different aspects of family life functioning, and ability to use knowledge effectively and readily in performance in serving families but using holistic strengths and relationship-based practice approach. So we are talking about way of doing things in a skillful way in order to mark something like family supportive. And now my colleague will continue this moment.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Nela. I will now briefly present the results of our research on the conceptualization of family support workforce skills. And as Nela already mentioned, after the process of mapping and systematic literature review, I think last year, similar time, we organized the consensus building activity workshop with academics and stakeholders, which was a good starting point to prepare a Delphi study. And through the three rounds of Delphi study, the consensus was reached in all examined items. We started the first round with 8 open-ended questions, where we were asking about the understanding of family support skills, the definitions, categorization, etc. And we got quite interesting material from experts from the field. And also we got a challenge what to do with the material, because there were a lot of informations, and it was a mixture of different categories, even though they were named as skills. And this is why we took quite some time to analyze the material, and we, in our research group, tried to categorize the material in different groups, and this was the starting point to design a further questionnaire for the second round, and then for the third round with more structured questionnaires. And as you can see, we got the consensus in the range of 74.1% regarding the definition of family support workforce skill, up to 100% regarding the necessary knowledge. And for core skills, we got, you can see also the consensus based on which we then made a list of basic core skills, and we can say that core skills for family support workers across different professions and settings include partnership and collaboration skills, set of empathic skills, advocacy and empowerment skills. No, I think it stopped working.
Oh, this one's working now.
This is no. Okay, thank you. So let me continue with our list of skills. Advocacy and empowerment skills, good listening skills, problem-solving skills, building trust and confidence skills, and user-friendly communication skills. And we were also curious whether these core skills are also field-specific. So we were also asking participants in the Delphi study, how do they define those core skills in different areas? And based on this, a set of field-specific family support skills were outlined in the areas of medicine, mental health, social welfare, education, and law. And you can see how they were listed as 5 most important core skills for family support workers on the specific field. And this enables, I think this is a good starting point to, for future work on evolving the general and field-specific models and the standardization of family support workforce skills through the determination of connections, associations, and also boundaries between the constructs. However, this is our very important product. You can see we wanted to stress with this picture that skills are closely connected to other categories defined in the research. This is what I was talking about when I said that we got a lot of material and we tried to organize the material in different categories. And we tried to show the interconnections in this image on the slide. We think that core and field-specific skills become family supportive when applied within strength-based, relationship-based, and family and child-centered approach. And those skills are applied by practitioners who, in addition to field-specific knowledge, apply also knowledge on family life cycle dynamics and stresses, child development, social context, poverty and discrimination, and also have knowledge about services and systems of support. The application of family support skills is also underpinned by specific traits like integrity, commitment, flexibility, and also different qualities of practitioners, which we named amalgam because there is a mixture of different categories like traits and knowledge and skills and so on. So to be non-judgmental, to have ethical stance and conduct, to manage emotional demanding situations. So we think that skills cannot be taken out of the whole picture. It is important to consider the complexity of the connections to be able to talk about core skills for family support workers. And now I will give the floor to Mariana. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Good afternoon. I will now present the practical implications based on our work on VGF4. And our practical implications are represented in 4 domains. The main domain that we understand that is very important. Enhancing professional competencies, that our research provides valuable information on various aspects of family support, and including, as Nina said, mental health, resilience, behavioral intervention, evidence-based therapy, and more. We should emphasize that 22 occupations and 15 paraprofessionals were identified and connected to family support professions. The list is certainly not exhaustive, and nor final, because many occupational names and variations appear among practitioners in different national framework, and some names follow current theoretical and research preferences, international and national political agendas in the field of family work, and are therefore subject to change. Another training and education is very important to develop training programs and educational curricula for family support workers. The study shows that it is important to implement a broader approach to the educational curriculum and training programs when we talk about the future preparation of professionals in the field of family support. It is important to clearly delimitate the spectrum of skills in the professional training process, at the same time to be approached both at the international level, but also it is important to be adjusted, these curriculum or training programs, to be adjusted to the spectrum of specific needs at the national levels. The training and the skills development process must be continuous, but also it has to be it has to integrate professionals from all levels that are interacted with families. I mean community, local and central decision makers, even if they do not work straight with families. In the conditions of long-term crisis that we are now, like health, like social, economical, the educational programs must combine the skills applied in family support so that the professionals in the field can apply them when they need it. Another domain that is very correlated to training and education is professional development. And it is important to understand that from our research results, it appears that further efforts and developments are needed in terms of promoting and disseminating a framework for standardizing practitioner skills and family support workforce, including family-friendly services and policies. This is important for many reasons, but particularly to enable other professionals to learn from good practice, evaluate the skills they use, and make their work transparent to service users. And our activity in Eurofamnet is a good example for that. Another is not last on our list, bridging knowledge gaps. The scattered nature of literature on family support workers possess challenges in defining skills, standards, and my colleagues mentioned about that. And the research revealed some gaps in terms of recognition and broad representations of skills used in family support work. It is noticeable that the information and data presented are mostly general, and that practitioners' overview and the working principles of skills are rarely presented. Also, we saw that a limited evaluation of skills of references to a standard frame is presented, and multidisciplinary disciplinary approaches of the family support skills are the exceptions rather than a common practice. And for future family support skills, it remains some open questions. Although extensive research work has been done, several open questions are here represented on the slide. And they are combined through three levels: research, practice, and policy. The main question is how can we support professionals to acquire and implement skills to be family supportive? How to further develop interdisciplinary and intersectoral dialogue and exchange on core and field-specific skills and quality improvement of family support workforce and services. And then we have questions for this field, research, practice, policy, that is important to improve, to get answers and improve the all strategic abordation in family support workforce skills. And finally, the final results of VG4 are integrated into scientific articles and policy papers, and here we have only those that were already edited, and you can find including on our Eurofamnet web. Findings of our study may contribute to further development in the field or of family support standardizations, to the development of skills trainings for different practitioners, organizational changes in services and sectors, and to advanced theoretical conceptualizations of the field. Thank you.
Johanna will then.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon again. I represent May Mothers Matter. May Mothers Matter is an international NGO that was founded in 1947, and we support and advocate for the rights and the needs of the mothers at different instances at the EU, at the UN, and at UNESCO. Before I start and dive into the paper, I would like to really express my deep recognition for all the researchers at this Eurofam network, all the papers, all the amount of work and the commitment that you put into these 4 years of work. From our work, we know that mothers and their families need support, information, and economic means to be able to fulfill their needs and their role as parents for the well-being of the children, for their own well-being, and for that of the society. We also know that different families live in different ecosystems and require support and attention in a precise, articulated, effective, safe, and adequate way, either in a specific period of time or for longer periods. Therefore, these papers, I believe, helps fulfilling these demands by highlighting the need for a clear and shared conceptual platform, along with a common and inclusive language, as was mentioned, to integrate and articulate activities, practitioners, social systems, and organizations involved in family support. This endeavor holds the potential for precise definitions, recognizability, and transferability of family support skills. We can only agree with the authors that it is crucial for families to count on a framework, on a skills qualification for the family support workforce due to several key reasons. Firstly, a clear framework, as it was explained, ensures that families receive the highest quality of support and services. By defining the necessary qualifications as skills required for practitioners working with families, families can have the confidence in the expertise and capabilities of those assisting them. This framework acts as a guide for families in identifying professionals who possess the necessary knowledge, the experience, and understanding to effectively support their unique needs. This empowers families as well by enabling them to make informed decisions about the support they seek. Families can assess the qualification and expertise of practitioners, ensuring a better match between their specific needs and the skills of the professionals they engage with. And this empowerment allows as well families to actively participate in their own support journey. Secondly, a framework on skills qualification promotes consistency and standardization, as we have heard, in family support services, which is desirable. With a shared understanding of the required skills, organizations and practitioners can align their approaches, methodologies, and practices. This consistency ensures that families receive consistent and equitable support regardless of their location or the respective practitioner they engage with. It eliminates variations in the quality of service delivery and fosters a sense of trust and reliability in the family support system. And above all, it enables the elimination of first and second class of family support services and the discrimination based on the economic situation of the families. Furthermore, a framework encourages collaboration and effective communication among the different professionals and disciplines, as we heard, 5 and then 15 and then paraprofessionals, so a lot of professions and paraprofessions, and disciplines who are working in the family support field. By establishing a common language and agree upon qualifications, practitioners from diverse backgrounds can better understand and appreciate each other's expertise. This collaboration enables a holistic and a multidisciplinary approach to family support, where professionals can leverage their unique skills and knowledge to provide comprehensive and integrated services to families. Additionally, we believe that we can only agree with this paper that one central point that was not too much mentioned now, but in the paper it is, that children are best protected if they are provided with responsive support to themselves, their parents, the family, and wider networks. We believe also that it is important to clarify that family support is a broader concept than parenting support, because the focus is on family as a whole and its functioning, whereas parenting and parental skills are only part of various supportive interventions in the field. We believe as well that a qualification framework promotes also professional development and accountability within the family support workforce. It sets a benchmark of ongoing training, education, and skill enhancement. Practitioners are encouraged to continuously update their knowledge and expertise to meet the evolving needs and challenges faced by the families. This commitment to professional development ensures as well that families receive up-to-date and evidence-based support, enhancing as well the effectiveness and relevance of the services provided. And finally, I believe that this paper acknowledges such a framework. It says also that the framework is desirable even from the economic point of view, which I completely agree. States and public finances benefit from the existence of methods based on evidence, avoiding escalation of expenses that can be, as we all know, prolonged over time, which not only negatively impacts the families, but has also subsequent costs that can be even higher or a different category, like absence from the labor market, interruption of studies, violence, stress-related illnesses, etc. Demonstrating with that austerity measures which affect the necessary investment in family services are erroneous measures since they are threatening the very existence of our society. In conclusion, I believe that developing such a framework on a skills qualification for the family support workforce is essential for families to receive high quality, consistent, and effective support. It promotes trust, as I said, collaboration and accountability within the family support system, while empowering also families to make informed decisions about their support needs. By prioritizing the development of this framework, we can strengthen the well-being and the resilience of families, eliminate discrimination based on the economic status, and ultimately create a healthier and more caring society. Now, I think is the time, as we all know it, that is the time that has come, the problem is on our hands, or the problem, no, the solution is on our hands, of all of us, researchers, practitioners, civil society, and policymakers, NGOs, etc., to make the next step by bringing this knowledge to all actors involved in family support, and of course, to the families themselves. As we all know, family support is a right of the child, so we all need to act now to make this a reality. And I think this paper sets already the basis for this.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much to all the speakers for a comprehensive overview of the work done by Working Package 4. Mercedes and Pepa are now going to show us the second encounter between mother and daughter.
¿Cuándo? ¿La semana que viene? Claro,
What do you mean next week? Yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you. I can hardly believe it. I wasn't expecting this. Yes, of course. Of course. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes, of course. Yes, we will be there. Yes, Peppa will be there too. I'm sure she will love it. Thank you. Thank you. So, Peppa? Peppa, darling? I have some good news to share with you. We've received a phone call. We got the financial aid. We no longer have to worry about being evicted.
Who called you?
Isabel called us. Remember? We went to see her.
Really?
Really, really.
No, it's not possible. No.
For real. Yes.
Don't believe it.
Yes. I mean it. I mean it. Things are changing for the better. Things are changing for the better. I feel so much stronger. I'm doing an interview. It's next week. I have a job interview.
Yes, yes.
And we were also invited to the parenting school. It's a parenting school. Parents talk amongst ourselves because we're not alone. Other families are going through the same thing.
By ourselves, or do you think it's a lie?
It's not a lie. It's not a lie. I'm telling you. Will you come? Will you come? Come on. There are other kids like you.
Yeah, are you sure?
I
A bit
am
shy.
sure. I am sure you'll do
But
fine.
when? When shall I go?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Are you in it with me?
Okay, I will.
Are we in this together? Let's go then.
Where are we going? Come on, I'll tell you many other
Tell you a few more
things.
things.
Okay, we have a few moments now for some questions. Don't forget that you can put your questions out on the Telegram. We have one here just to start off with, Lucia Jimenez. We've heard from her before, but how do you see the practical implication of training identified skills in collaboration with representative bodies of social workers, social educators, psychologists, considering the interprofessional nature of the skills that you've identified? So I think that the question really here is, how do we take all that knowledge about what we need the skills to be and convince lots of different professional bodies to join in this particular model? Do you want to take that? Nina?
No, Nina.
Both of you.
Yeah, of course, I believe that a lot of us have to say about this, and these skills are not professionally specific, and of course they are not, and it is very, very good to name it like that it is not something owned by some specific professional field. They are fields, they are skills of helping. And some general skills of helping when they are applied in a specific way. But there are some particular also skills of helping who are very important in family support, like partnership and collaboration, like advocacy and empowerment, which is not so convenient for many other helping settings, isn't it? But if you are doing in family supporting way, that it is really important. So I believe that it is also part of professional socialization when you are start to teach that early enough, of course, but also not only to teach younger generations, because there are some people who are not, who already have some schools and have some knowledge, but also learned and know a lot about partnership and collaboration, but trying to share that kind of language and that kind of thoughts and approaches actually, how to improve that skills in this area, and to do it maybe on a little bit a different way in order to really to support families. So I believe it is something about decision and about do you want to be involved or you don't want to be involved in this kind of work and job. And from one point of view and from the other point of view, if you have some kind of policy recommendation to work on that way and the laws that oblige you to work on that specific way, and also managerial and organizational structure who support that way of working. And I believe that most of our managerial and organizational structure do not support actually that kind of work. That's why we are so divided in different kind of sectors in things like that. Then it could be possible.
Anybody else want to come in here?
To say something about this? Okay, yes. I think that it's a challenge for us how to continue with this interdisciplinary and intersectional collaboration and dialogue, because this is something we achieved from these 4 years of study, but I think that there are still things that should be done. I liked very much, I don't know who said earlier, that it is important to step out of this position, this is ours and this is yours, and we should really think together, but not just the researchers, also practitioners and policymakers, but also I think the future challenge is also to hear from families and from children. How do they perceive these skills? What is family supportive for them? So I think this is also something we should research further.
Okay. Okay, another question from Patti here. The Delphi findings were very clear and inspiring. Given your expertise in this field, I was wondering if there were any findings that stood out for you or that perhaps were surprising in any way.
Well, thank you for this question. As I said, and Nela will surely add something, the beginning was in a way surprising because we included professionals from very different fields and expertise, a field of expertise. And when we got the material, it was a lot of mixture. So it was somebody were talking about skills, but were referring to knowledge or vice versa. So after we did this categorizing, we got a lot of consensus already in the second round. And then in the third round, we add some more we got some more agreements on the skill, on the core skills. And also, perhaps what was also, I didn't talk about this, we were also asking about the categorization of skills. And we offered some idea based on previous answers about possibilities of, let's say, hard and soft skills, etc. And what we got from the study in the second round, that the most experts agreed to be helpful to categorize skills in communication, relational, technical, and organizational skills. And this is something that we already came close to during the consensus building activity workshop, but it got clearer in the Delphi study. I don't know, Nela, would you like to add something? What surprised you?
Yeah, I think that one of things that I believe that we solve it, actually, this study solved it, and that the experts and who helped us to think about that and to sort it. Because it was the two schools of thoughts, that it is a whole family approach or child-centered approach. And finally, we find it's both. It's and. So that's the point. So the point in family support is that we have both. They are not competitive. They should work together to produce that kind of product that we want.
And perhaps if I could just add, it is connected to the first question. Through this Delphi study, we saw that at the beginning, also professionals had some difficulties considering from the field they were coming. So let's say we got some answers from psychology, some from social workers, some from law, and so on. And this was helpful from the Delphi study to get to these core skills for different professions. So to step out of this thinking just through one profession and got this broader picture. I think this was also helpful.
Thank you very much indeed, colleagues. I think what I would say in conclusion is more work to be done. We need to take hold of this and now develop something. So we need to carry on and collaborate together to work out how we do this for the better benefit of children, young people and their families. Thanks very much indeed. I'll hand over.
We need the picture now.
So, as we are nearing the end of this event, I would like to introduce the closing session of the forum, entitled An Agenda for Family Support Research in Europe, which will be chaired by Javier de Frutos, who is Deputy Director of Social Rights in the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces. So, the floor is yours, Javier.
Working yet? Probably now?
Yes, yes. Good afternoon. I want to thank all the people and entities that have participated in the development of this meeting on my behalf and on behalf of the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces. Today we have had the opportunity to learn about the results of the Eurofamnet project. From the process point of view, Eurofam has achieved three very important results. Consolidate a workspace between researchers from over Europe specialized in policies and practices to support families and children. Generate a link between public institutions, specialized entities, academy, and professionals. And finally, propose a debate on the needs that are emerging at the European level in order to strengthen the structure and resources to support families and children. From the content point of view, Eurofamnet has achieved three results that we have had the opportunity to learn about in detail today. Know the state of the question in different European countries and propose a common language to analyze the policies and practices carried out in each one of them, identify good practices and evidence bases in order to disseminate them and improve professional practice, and finally, establish common elements for a commitment to the quality of the actions. In short, defend the quality criteria of the practices. In this final session, we will have the opportunity to know more about the agenda for family support research in Europe. It's a pleasure for me to introduce John Canavan and Lucia Jimenez, Vice Chair and Chair of the Action, on behalf of Eurofamnet.
Thank you, Javier. So our title of our last session is An Agenda for Family Support Research in Europe. I think we possibly, as the phrase goes, we've sold you a pup, which means we didn't really tell you the truth, because we don't have an agenda for family support research in Europe to present this afternoon. What we have probably, though, is, I suppose, just a space for us to reflect, because that agenda comes from the group that's here and so on. We do have some ideas, obviously, and some obvious points from today's work to talk about. So, I mean, just to say on my own behalf as well, it's brilliant to be here, and it's really exciting. I've had a really very satisfying and enjoyable day today, just listening to colleagues' work. So just on this point, we're talking about sustainability on this slide, and sustainability is it really in a way. You know, we've done, as David Herrera pointed out to me this morning, well, it's more than 4 years. It's 4 years of cost, but we've actually had maybe 5 or 6 years of thinking about, you know, an agenda for European family support. So it's just important to highlight that. And I was thinking about this and thinking, well, actually, this was actually an experiment. It was an experiment that aimed to test the value of family support as a focus for research, for policy and practice at a European level, something that actually makes a difference to the lives of children, young people, parents and families. And I'm pleased to hear that phrase and those collection of words being used repeatedly and consistently today, because that's what it's all about ultimately. I think we can safely say within an experimental frame that, and I don't know what kind of an experiment it was, but we have demonstrated the value of family support. We have shown that this is a worthwhile thing, and if anything tells us that, it's the outputs that have been displayed for the last 3 content sessions. So that's just really, really important to make that point. I would suggest we could use the term, we have proof of concept at a European level now. So we want to sustain, and what is it that we want to sustain? Well, we want to sustain the conceptual, policy and practice focus of the network. We don't want something that is about academic life only or research only. We don't want something that's about policy only or practice only. We've shown and talked about how we need to integrate and bring these different worlds into dialogue continuously. And we also then need to sustain, and this is the difficult part, the organizational structures and processes for the network. And how do we do that? I suppose, well, we need money, but that's another question or story. But one of the things that we can talk about today and share with other colleagues who are not in the network is that we did some work around sustainability and we surveyed our members, and we have strong support from the existing members of the network to continue and sustain Eurofamnet. And that's really, really important. Because we do know, and it's worth acknowledging it, the nature of cost as a funding mechanism. It helped us meet, it helped us have wonderful events like today, but it didn't help us and pay for research. So that's really important to acknowledge that it's the commitment of the people that sustains the network, and we seem to have that, and we'll talk about that more tomorrow at our management committee meeting. But we also have the beginnings of a plan. So it is our intention to continue, it is our intention to sustain. And just to really reinforce that point now in this afternoon's meeting. So what might be some implications or next steps or our next agenda? What does that begin to look like? Well, I think we, as I said, we want to retain our, the systemic perspective where we bring these things together. That's a given, and that's something that we have a strong commitment for. I'm not sure if the wording of the next point is accurate, because I was just so pleased and I really enjoyed and appreciated, and I don't know, it really hit me hard, I suppose, the last presentation in terms of our family support skills and competencies, because as Carmel Devaney knows, we've never had that. We've never had something that really put that down and worked it out in a systematic and rigorous way. There's more to be done, of course, to test it out in meaningful ways with children and families, to develop the interprofessional nature of this. Of course, that has to happen. But it was wonderful to see this enumerated. What we have done less, and we put our hands up, I think, and acknowledge it. We've tried. And again, it's to do with the complexity and the challenge, is to involve children, young people and families' voices more in the work of the network. And the word transformative is put there on purpose. It's put there intentionally. Because when we listen to children and young people, when we listen to parents, we change what we do. And just a small sideways conversation, I supervised a PhD of a person who did work with 3-year-old children about what they wanted in services. So it was for a policy process. It is possible, it is meaningful, and it is valid, and we should do it. And obviously we have to support implementation. And again, picking up on some of the conversations I've had during the day, we have to be careful not to start a whole new set of things, because we have a lot, and we have a lot that we want to implement. And particularly given the input from Working Group 3 this afternoon in terms of moving forward at national level and implementing the quality standards, the frameworks and so on. And we'll hear some more about that in a few minutes. Just to maybe to finish my point and to steal some ideas again that I've been doing all day, I heard from Angela Abela that family is a monster. I thought it was a great expression, that we have to just move along very, very slowly and carefully all of the time. So again, we'll keep pushing the monster that is family along. So I'll hand over to Lucia.
Thank you, John. So what we wanted now is to follow this presentation, but providing you an example, a practical example, or a specific example about how we are planning moving forward in this Family Support European agenda. And for that purpose, we want to share with you what will be our immediate step. And that immediate step comes from this, what have been expressed today by colleagues from Working Group 2, this variability of family support that has been recognized in different sessions, and also the value. I think the word that has been used in the last session has been sensitive implementation. And for sure there is need for that variability to be adjusted to the realities in so different countries, so different families, so different situations, and so on. But as has been also said in another session, that differences cannot hinder inequalities. So we have the responsibility to guarantee the quality assurance of family support. It's so nice that it seems that I'm repeating because we have a career in this course alone all the day, but this is something that we want really to focus on. And this focus refers to what has been called the implementation challenge, that has been also named today. And it's not nothing new that I'm saying. It's something that for us as family support workers or researchers, we know this is a challenge for the discipline, probably for the last decade. How can we really go with these quality standards, with all the stuff that we are progressing and introduce really in the context, in the real context of implementation, but not consider the context of implementation as something that we have to randomize or to control for or to avoid or to unify, but really embrace that complexity. How do we gain that cultural validity? How can we make that all this stuff is significant and is relevant in those complex, evolving and dynamic contexts? And for that, I have to refer again of that idea about how can we implement EBP, evidence-based practices, and from that recognition of the need for the integration with the science, policy, and practice. And we wanted also to emphasize that with this angle, The European Quality Framework for Social Services is a relevant one for us. It's a voluntary framework that was established in 2010 and as has been recognized by the European Commission, the implementation has not gone that far yet. So it's our proposal to progress on quality assurance in family support provision is aligned with that framework. In that framework, there are a list of principles that are settled, but there are not specific standards about how can we really implement this quality assurance. And we think that on that regard is where Eurofamnet can provide, well, I don't want to use the word solution, but maybe some guidelines to progress in. We consider that we are now, we could say, in the right place or in the right moment, because as it has been expressed by our colleagues from Working Group 3, we have identified which are the quality standards. And this has been done from a very systemic perspective, going beyond targeted programs, taking in consideration design, implementation, and evaluation stages. So we have a lot of information about what should be done. And we can put that into practice considering how is family being provided, as colleagues from Working Group 2 has been telling us. How is family support being conceptualized? What are the typologies, if we can name in that way, of family provision according to differences at country level and also inter-country level. And we can put that in conjunction with the family support workforce skills that have been in the last session posted, those interprofessional skills that need to be trained and that have been identified. And our proposal for this is to design a quality assurance protocol, and our proposal is to go at the country level and ask the national working groups and the countries that are participating in Eurofamnet to think about, well, how they are in terms of challenges, in terms of resources. So the idea is to plan a national improvement plan. I think that there was in one session about national action plans. There was a call, I think it was from Cecile before. So as I said, it's really coherent, the discourse that for sure it was not pre-prepared, but that we have this common sense or this common language about what has to be the next step. So we think that these national improvement plans can be a very important tool because can be very specific, as I say, about what are the resources, what are the challenges. It's also a tool to guide a self-evaluation process, to identify how to progress, to also establish objectives at the short, at the mid, at the long term that can vary, can be different from different countries. And that's also, well, that's a way to guarantee that cultural validity I was referring. And for sure has to be specific in terms of different aspects, but one that has been emphasized today, and I want to reinforce again, is the training of skills. So which are the skills that we need to train and that we need to promote? And for sure, for that national level work, we'll be able to compile that work, to integrate that work, to have lessons learned from there. And we hope that we can move to the European level and then also to provide some guidelines about what are the next steps in terms of decision-making at European level. The way or the methodology that we are proposing to do this is for sure that we have this network that has been established. And what we want to go is in deep of the national working groups that have been mentioned today. And I want to make explicit that we have been mapping in the Eurofamnet countries who are the key actors in family support, and that means researchers, but also practitioners associations, children and family representatives, public services at the local, at the regional and the national level, and other key actors, for example, the coordinators for child guarantee at the national level. So we can work, and our proposal is to work from the national working groups, but not forgetting all the expertise we have gained at the European level. And remember that we count on an advisory board of a large number of European entities that are working on family support at this level and can also help us to interplay. So as you can see here, what we are doing is reinforcing this double layer structure that I was referring this morning. And we think that this is a very appropriate way to produce what has been called like by the World Health Organization, like the local and global evidence. So we can work at the local level to produce global evidence, and at the same way we are going back. So we are trying to transfer the lessons learned among countries and trying to implement what's valid for us. And our proposal comes from a co-production approach in terms of sectors, in terms of disciplines, but also in terms of actors. And I want to reinforce the idea that has been presented by Professor Canavan about the transformative role of children and families. As was also said this morning, we have still to progress on that. And this is a very good opportunity to give the proper voice to children and families in this initiative. And we hope that from this initiative we are able to reinforce evidence in formal structures. What we are proposing is a systemic change, and we are not saying that we are doing everything in a shot. That would be probably naive. But what we are saying is that we think that this way of working is a guarantee of engagement of the key stakeholders, the key actors that need to be involved, also a guarantee of reliability of the information that we are providing and the solutions that we are suggesting, and also a guarantee for sustainability, what we think is very important. And because we are proposing this methodology, you can see in the title of the slide that we are thinking about building up evidence-based and culturally informed models of professional practice in plural, because there is no one single solution, and probably that's another naive idea. So we don't know the end of the road, but what we know is that we want to progress on that. And I want to go back, and this is our end slide, with this metaphor that Professor Canavan used this morning to say, well, this is just a specific example, so this is not our full agenda. We are working in several angles, we are working in several ways, but I hope this example was able to capture the ambition that we have for this network for the future. And as it was said this morning, this is a continuous work, continuous progress. And our objective is try to strengthen that evidence ecosystem in family support. We see ourselves, we see Eurofamnet as has been called by the, I would say, the Global Commission to address societal challenges as evidence hybrid intermediary. So we hope that we can provide evidence, we hope that we can support decision makers, also maybe provide insights for other evidence producers, and support state provision, but in interaction with the international and the European frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Thank you, John. And now it's a pleasure for me to introduce Maria José Rodrigo López, Coordinator of the Advisory Committee of the Ministry of Social Rights and 2030 Agenda in Positive Parenting.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon again. I'm very happy to be assigned to this respondent role, because it gives me the opportunity to resonate with many of the things that have been said during the whole busy day, but I think wonderful, because we are ending but not ending, and that is really encouraging all of us. And I will focus on the, I think, timely issue of how to make progress. That is a critical question, how to make progress from family support to quality family support as a right of the child and family. So not only have a right for the family support, but for a quality family support. That's why the game we are playing. And so the points raised will be around three aspects that I think are important. That's the need for an adaptation of the evidence-based movement when it comes to the social intervention. That I think is critical to avoid some kind of reluctance or negative attitudes in our colleagues and even in the professionals when they see others alien frameworks into their field. And so the need for a systematic transformation in family support provision system that is necessary for making this jump. But I will showcase, not because we are the best, but because we are on the way, and that is good for us, and I think as an example for others, is the initiative of Families in Positive initiative that we are promoting in Spain for the quality assurance. And I ended up with some concluding remarks. Going to the first point, EBB adoption to social intervention in child and family support. We cannot take for granted that the things that has been done in another field are good for us. So I think it's a really achievement to find out a corpus of quality standards, and that has been wonderful for medicine, that was formalized in 2001, and also I remember for clinical psychology in the APA Association. And that was very good because there was a system that could be used evidence from the scientific part, from the scientific evidence, and also goes into the practice and taking into account, that was said, the interest or the values of in this case, the patients. But in our case, I wonder whether we had to embrace this such a directional, translational model. Because we think that we are living in a field in which we want to use the evidence from the three sides of the triangle and trying to integrate them into a collaborative framework. This is nothing that should be done only from one part of the triangle. I think we should take into account the three sides. And I will illustrate with three types of direction lines that we can take for achieving these relational, translational efforts. And the first one has to mean to go from, I'm talking about the scientific experience, we have to move, at least not to abandon totally, but just to move from the exclusive reliance on the experimental evidence and go towards a more community-based evidence. And in this case, we have to make a lot of new questions. For instance, do we meet the needs of the family? Are we achieving the intended populations? Do we assess very well the implementation process? Do we take into account all the organizational efforts that have to be made in the service just to introduce these evidence-based programs and interventions into the mainstream of the services? All these are questions that has to be made when we are in this community-based evidence approach that has to be, I think, has to be embraced. But it's also important to go, when we talk about the experience, to move from the individual experience of particular professionals and to move into a more consensual knowledge or to more consensual evidence, coming from instance from the teamwork, from the work that has been decided into several groups, several services, for the work done across sectors. I will tell about that. And so in this sense, the evidence that is produced at the individual level when we are talking about professionals has to be upgraded to a level in which we almost have a sort of consensual knowledge, consensual evidence. But it's also important to go from the idea that we have clients, we have users, we have patients, because we have subjects of rights. It has been said many times during this day. And that means that we should mandatorily embrace this sort of collaborative alliance with the family when we are just doing research or doing work with that. For instance, the evaluation, the intervention has to be done with this framework of alliance that, by the way, comes from the therapeutical side. This type of alliance that is mandatory when you have patients. It should be mandatory when you have subjects of rights, but also to increase the participation of the family. We're always talking about that. It's never enough what we are doing. We should do more for that, because this is their right to also to give their points of view on the quality of the support they are receiving. And they have a lot of things to say, that still we have made more effort to dig in that, and then to know what are the kind of suggestions and ideas they have for improving the quality of the services. But then we have to enlarge the quality of the indicators we got, and also the type of indicators, because we do not have, we should enlarge, because we do not have to have only indicators for the programs, for the quality of the programs, but also indicators for the quality of the services as an organization, for the way they function and the way they had their aims, the way they allowed the professionals to do their job, etc. And also, of course, the way they interact, the families with the professionals, the way we create the scenario for these interactions taking place. So that means more, going more into the details of these quality standards. But this is not enough. Imagine that we have decided and we have a clear group, clear set of quality indicators. That could be okay, but it is not enough, because we have to move then from quality standards to a model of professional practice. And that means to engage and to involve all the provision system as such. And the provision systems, has been said many times during the day, is very complex. It's very complex and very diverse, even in the same country and of course across countries. And is one sources of this diversity is the kind of legal and family family plans that they are in this country or in this place, and also because we have different combination of networks. We have different way to combine the private, the public, and the NGO cooperation. But most of it we had a lot of diversity in terms of the target population. It's not the same, a universal approach than a selective or indicated approach. We have also differences in the modalities of delivering our programs. But also we have difference, and that is very important, in the I would say, the culture of the evaluation and the intervention that we have, the different types of professionals. And also, it is important to take into account that we come from different sectors. That also has been said. So that means that, well, we are dealing with a quite impressive challenge to adapt these quality standards that can look very well into the models of professional practice. As in doing so we have to perform or undertake a systemic transformation of the support provision system at national, regional, and local levels. And here are some possible directions of change that I suggest. Go from the multi-system of high-needed families only, because in this case, we do not assure that the community are well-resourced. It can be a high system of high-needed families in an under-resourced communities. And that was a very bad combination, because this goes directly to the exclusion and the stigmatizing of these groups. So we have to move towards the idea of well-resourced communities. So now, in all the legal, for instance, the disinstitutionalization, that here in Spain we have a lot of things about that, it's recommended to build up a healthy and powerful communities for everybody, for family diversity. It has to be done in an inclusive way, and then, as a progressive universalist used to say, to add what is needed, but add, not instead of. Because even those families that come from the social protection system needs to ground on the territory, needs to have a very good community networks and the positive parenting programs flourishing better when there is a rich set of resources available to the community. So we have to go for that, to escape from this multi-assistance of very few high-needed families. Although it was necessary at the beginning, is no longer the case. We have to go down into the back system. But also I think we have to move from the fragmented disciplinary practice. And that is typical because we belong to different traditions. We are psychologists, social workers, social educators, pedagogists, but also work in different sectors. And that means that we are almost obliged to keep ourselves in our own part of the, for instance, of the work case. Imagine in a planning for the family that every professional said a different saying about what this family needs. But sometimes it's even worse because they just distribute, this is your case, this is your case, this is your case, and there's nothing around a family. There's nothing really built up in terms of integrated view of what this family needs. But we have to go up to this disciplinary line and to go more to this and even more these transdisciplinary practices that mean building conceptual frameworks, building, for instance, protocols, sharing protocols, building ways to address the family needs, for instance, in terms of strengths and resilience instead of just deficitary views. And that would be very good because then that will prepare the collaborative work that has to be done. And also, we have to avoid or escape from overcharging the social services, as if they were the only one that are in charge or responsible for defending the children's rights. That is a problem because they are feeling totally overwhelmed. And you know, it happens when you go with the new things to say, no, because no, we cannot do it more. And I think they are right, because they are not only the ones responsible for, all of them has to be committed with this idea of child protection. So we need to go cross-sectorial in this sense, and has this view that the well-being of the children is not only a matter of child protection or vulnerable families, it's the matter of all the services that are around the family. And so just telling a few words about our model of Families in Positive initiative, just to say that we have a web page, I think it has been announced in one of the posters. That is a meeting point for the families and for all as an extranet, and also in the intranet for professionals and for students and researchers, etc. And we started in 2009 with this idea of endorsing the positive parenting initiative of the Council of Europe. We liked very much at that time because it was a really a modern view of what really means be a parent or be a father or a mother, and also for the idea of co-responsibility of the state to create the conditions for the exercise of positive parenting. So then all the kind of culpability that goes to the family has to be shared and make in a co-responsible way with the institutions. And we are going in this way because then the things will function better, much better. And in doing that, we use three types of driving forces, we can say. The first one is this collaborative framework we have been talking about, this trilateral collaborative framework that we did with the Ministry of Social Rights and Agenda 2030, also the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces, and my wonderful group of 7 universities, public universities that I love very much to coordinate, because all of them can be really, really very, very important figures by themselves, but we work together very well. And we feel that we are somehow working out a triangle between these informed policymakers, the other hand, the professionals, the researchers. So this could be done in this sort of collaborative framework. But we also use or try to make sense to this relational, translational model that I mentioned before, because we did this kind of consensual work concerning these guidelines for best practices that are, of course, made up from the evidence, from scientific evidence, but also from the professional's point of view, and also what we call the guidance for interprofessional competences. That also has been working not only with professionals, but also with professional schools, professional services. But no, it is called schools. That is very important because these schools are always, in a very competitive way, because they say, well, psychologists are very good on that, social workers on that, and they will say, well, I just give it that for you. I do not go to get into that. Let's go a little bit up to that. And then let's find it in a collaborative place where we have to do a lot in collaboration across sectors and also across disciplines. And then that is a new way to work in an open space that is not already worked out. And that is a way to go into the very core of the system, where precisely there is the services, the professionals, or practitioners, and the families. And finally, also we got, and that is a very good idea, I think, an official recognition of those services and those team works that likes to receive a sort of acknowledgement of the things they are doing. But this has to be facilitated somehow. So we devised an online protocol that is an intranet. And they build a sort of self-reflection scenario to think about what usually do not have time, which is the reflection on the practice that is taking place. And using these standards provide in our online protocol as a way to, to contrast to what extent they are doing what is supposed to be done. And so then from that, they receive immediately when they just finish the work, they receive a report, an automatic report, giving them all the strengths but also the weakness that should be somehow improved. And then if they are invited, if they want to do an improvement plan. That should be done also in coordination with their service and also receive the official support of the entity, because we want always to be not only for one professional, but for the entity. And then they send them up all the documents to the platform, and then we have a committee to decide at last if it deserves or not this acknowledgement. And that has been working very much, and we have also in the extranet, we have a list of the official recognition that has been provided. And then coming to my end, I think is the word evidence ecology that has been using. I borrow the term from the World Health Organization in 2021. That was very interesting because they have to face a problem that is even bigger like us, but they have more traditions because they started earlier with these traditions of quality standards. And they speak about the ecologies, because it's ecology when you produce evidence, you transfer the evidence, but also you apply it into the practical settings. You cannot, you have to do all the way. And then I think this is exactly what we need for this quality family support we are talking about. But first we have to engage, I think it's a lot of things to be done on that, engage the support providers, engage also the stakeholders to advocate for this quality family support. And also to embark, of course, the participation of the children and the families in this process. Also, we have to, it's very important to disseminate and apply this type of EBP guidelines across the sectors. We started only with the social services, but then we realized that we have to use or enlarge somehow and go to other sectors. But all of them has something to do with the families, the schools and the primary health care system, etc., etc. So we try also to go along the process of sectorial advancement. And family, it's also important to ensure the sustainability of the system. But in this case, it's even worse because we come from a system which is a prevention and promotion system that is the first one that breaks down when we have a crisis. And that is it's very cost in terms of money, but also in terms of suffering. But still, this is the first measure that we take. We break down the basement of the protective system. So we have to try to escape from that and ensure the sustainability. And finally, we have to go, now that we are in a well position, we have to go to the European family policy level and see that they need to include, of course with our advice, they need to include recommendations at this at least quality level. Otherwise, we will meet a lot of inequalities in the social rights of children and families. So we have to be there. We have to be there, and that could be a thing to be done in the future, because I am really convinced that our Eurofamnet, the key roles that have now in the Eurofamnet, will be continue. And so somehow we will manage, I can tell you. And so that will mean that we can still promote to beyond that point, promote this wonderful aim of helping and guarantee the child rights and the family support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all your contributions.
Very much to all the speakers for a very inspiring closing session. We will now see the final scene performance by Mercedes and Pepa, in which we will see the outcome of their process.
Vale. Ay, que va, todavía me queda un tema todavía.
No, I'm still not there. I still have something pending. How are you? Are you fine? Well, I'm still here. No, of course not. No, I don't like it. I don't enjoy it. No, that's not true. Yes, one second. And tomorrow, in the job, what are we going to do? Are we going to do it in your house, or why don't you come to my house? You've never been in my house. Come on home. Yeah, much better. You come over. Thank you, okay? Very good. That's good.
Pepa, who are you talking to?
I'm speaking with Marta. Bye, Marta. Bye-bye.
I got something for you.
Yes, how exciting.
With my first salary, finally.
Oh, no.
Just this silly thing I got you. Try it on.
Oh, my God.
Please try it on.
Thank you.
Do you like it?
Very much.
Can you help me? You look so good.
Thank you very much. I love it.
Have a seat. Do you like my scarf?
Did you buy it?
Yes. There's one thing I wanted to tell you, Pepa.
What? Hi, Mom.
Listen, darling, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all these months. I felt so overwhelmed and so deep into my troubles, and I wasn't really looking at you or listening to you. And I'm sorry. I was all I wanted to do was cry and cry because we weren't pulling through, and I was very scared. I was so scared that we would end up evicted and out on the streets. I was scared that you wouldn't have a future. I was scared that living in this neighborhood would harm you and you would end up using drugs.
I'm really sorry, that's not the message I wanted to convey. I was very, very, very concerned. I was very worried. Oof, what a horrible situation. But now the situation is much better. No?
Well, I have true hope now, and I trust that we will make it.
Yes. Now I always tell you not to cry, and I'm the one crying now.
Hey, my darling, what do you want to be?
I don't know.
Study. I want you to have hope.
I don't know. I would like to become a vet.
A vet, of course. Of course, my girl. We will do it together because we're not alone.
Yes. Yes.
Want to go out for a walk?
Yes, let's go for a walk, Mom. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The work carried out by the network and its consolidation as a stable will contribute to improve the situation of families, promoting positive parenting, and improving society as a whole. Thank you very much for your attention. I share with you our best wishes for the present and future of this project. Y quería finalmente agradecer.
Finally, even at the risk of being repetitive, I would like to thank the Ministry for their permanent cooperation with Felix Barajas, Ms. Martin, and everyone in Eurofamnet represented here by Lucia, John, and Maria Jose for all the hard work they have put into this. The whole team of the University of Seville, it is a pleasure to work with all of you. I would like to thank the CaixaForum team for dealing with all these details, putting the room together and making sure sound and streaming works. I would like to thank La Rueca and Antonio for putting the event together and for keeping up that reassuring smile at all times. Certainly, I would like to thank the Ponte Foundation for their acting performance, which has given a very interesting flavor to all of our sessions, and our interpreters, without whom we wouldn't have been able to hold a bilingual session. And thanks, Jordan, who always makes sure that these events are fully accessible to the impaired, thanks to sign language. And if I forgot anyone, please consider yourselves acknowledged as well.
Thank you, Javier, for that acknowledgement. As family support experts, we all know about the importance that a proper closing have for intervention. So we want to continue with this acknowledgement because we think that it's the proper way to close this event. And I will do this in behalf of the Vice Chair and myself, and for sure, well, with the basis of Eurofamnet behind. And I want to start with all the presenters that have joined us today. We know how busy our agendas are, regardless if we are in practice, in research, or whatever. So thank you for all the work that is behind preparing, that I cannot remember how many months we have been preparing in advance, and all the insights from all the people was how well the presentations were prepared, and it's because there was a lot of work behind. And as you have been able to see, we reach a really high level of experts, each in his area, from research, from policy and practice. So thank you for them for being here. And I want all to continue saying thank you and recognizing all the work that is behind. We have been talking about a large network and a large group of people, and that's Eurofamnet. And today it has been also recognized how much the amazing amount of work that has been done. And that's a group work. and we have the privilege to be here speaking in behalf of a large group of people. I cannot tell the list of almost 200 names that are behind, but thank you for all the Eurofamnet members to all the work that you have been doing there. And I cannot put in the list that long list of 200 names, you know who you are, but I want to emphasize maybe some of them that I was able to put into a slide. So I want to here to recognize the work of what we call the scientific committee for this event, but that is the core group, together with our colleague Maria Jose Rodrigo, that has been also supported scientifically, but it's not only the work for this event, but has been the work of leadership for all these past years, and all the people that is involved in the network know really well what I'm talking about. So thank you for all of you to all the work that you have been doing. And I want to say, and this is very particular, but I want to emphasize that I will always say a special word for the AWOS Vice Chair, John Kahneman, that has done a tremendous work here. And I say in a note this morning that not only the wisdom that you can see and the patience that is also, I think, a main character for him, but it's a security network, and it's the way, and it's my personal feeling, you know, that, as you say, for La Rueca, that I have that feeling, you know, every time, everything is going to be okay. So that's a security network, so thank you, John, for that. In the preparation, so I'm talking as, well, we have been presenting this strong 4-year research program, and I want also to say some words specifically for the preparation of this event, and you can see there the names of what we call the executive committee, and for sure we have the institutional part that I was referring this morning. I want to reinforce again the University of Galway, the University of Seville in collaboration with the research foundation of the University of Seville, as well also the CaixaForum association. But I wanted to make a specific mention of the people that has been involved there, and we have our colleague Javier de Frutos from the Spanish Federation of Municipalities of Provinces. I think he will rest when we leave Madrid. So probably never that stress for just a one-day event. So thank you, Javier, for all that support. And for sure, you can see the names there of Susana Martin and Felix Barajas from the Spanish Ministry of Social Rights and Agenda 2030 that have played a very relevant role. And our colleague Maria Jose Rodrigo, that was in representation of the Spanish National Working Group in Eurofamnet, but also this Spanish group of universities that have been joining us today and are working closely with the Spanish Ministry and the Federation. And then I take also the opportunity to say thank you for that nicely closing, and thank you for reflecting together with us. And I want to say my last but not least words for our organizing committee that have been making possible that everything worked today, together with La Rueca, as Javier said, thank you for your professional work today, and always driven in a nice manner. And I want also to say a word to my local team that have been working hard to make this possible, from the telegram through the posters, going through the players and the scenification and the nice dinner that we will enjoy later. So thank you for all that work. And you have there the list of the colleges that have been working, but I want to say a specific word for our college and Jean Grasmeijer. You have been seeing the excellent work that she done today. All the Eurofamnet members know the excellent work she has been doing for the last 4 years. And that's, well, today is just an example, you know, a pick-up example of what has been done the last 4 years. So thank you for that and for taking this challenge today. And also I want to say another special thank to our virtual networking support grant manager, Ana Pizarro, that today has been behind the scenes, but you know that she's always behind it. She's behind the emails, behind a lot of work. So again, thank you for making all this possible. I hope you enjoyed the event, and before finishing, I want to give the floor to Vice Chair, because maybe he wants also to say some words. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucia, and I mean, just to reiterate my own personal thanks to all colleagues involved, and particularly, I would say, colleagues, the local organising team from Seville, but also colleagues in Madrid. The overall experience of being here has been wonderful. We've been so welcomed and so well looked after, and it's really lovely. As an Irish person, where we pride ourselves on looking after people and being friendly and warm, I certainly have had a fantastic experience and a real experience of being cared for and looked after by all colleagues. So just to say thank you so much for that. I mean, obviously, we can't finish without saying thanks to the person who matters most in all of this, which is Dr. Lucia Jimenez. Everybody knows this, so we'll have the... And it's right that the applause should be sustained because, again, people understand, maybe at a general level, but I can assure you that the amount of effort that has gone behind this action for the last 4 years, with the support of Alejandro, of course, as well on the financial side, but the sheer amount of bureaucracy, administration, contacts, and so on, and the management of all of that, with such grace and such, I don't know if I'm patient, I think Lucia Jimenez is patient, I don't know if I am, patience and good humour, I have to say, has been something to behold, and I've learned hugely from working with her over the last few years. So that will be my final words, just to say thank you so much, Lucia.
On behalf of Eurofamnet, we just wanted to take a brief moment to acknowledge and say thank you to Lucia Jimenez and John Canavan as our chair and vice chair of the action for their tremendous amount of work over the past 4 years, and that comes with a little gift as well.